yeah. Oye, es nada más y nada menos que el motherfucker Blasphemous de Plaza de Kings. Estos bebés son Big Papo, dude. No sean rebeldes, deja el revolú. Yo no me quede, yo me hospede junto a Belzebú. No me remete, plebe, no soy leve como tú. Si hay algo que no muere, eso es el hip hop Perú. Y pa' estos pericos te traje una chica perica. Atrás te voy a mostrar como dos monstruos rap trafican. No trate ni trepe, solo trote, señorita. Tra, donde la sangre salpica. Se aplica, te explica, replica. ¿Pa' qué? Aplica, practica, suplica con fe. A mi perro grita, yo lo mataré. Tu madre llora y canta la bandeja. Flow peregrina, chivolo propina, ina. Hacen base, mejor coja vaselina. No imagina mi vida fuera de una esquina. Yo solo quiero más chavos pa' comprar más chilindrina. Gira, que somos puros animales rompiéndote todos los cristales. Repete señales que a ti no te sale. ¿Qué pasa, compadre? Somos naturales. Voy a llenar todas las editoriales. Rate de mi huevo pa' los tribunales. Tú eres un antianal, yo experto en artesanales. Yeah, se me afaga la cimuita, soplum.
Hey, Terco 92 B09 está en la casa, barrio. Escucha bien, así se hace, Yo. Tengo problemas de actitud y poca paciencia. Hablo si me da la gana, nadie me silencia. No quieren aceptar que pa' muchos soy influencia. La voz de los barrios que llega a tocar tu conciencia. Yo sé que muchos quieren llegar a ser tendencia y hacen lo que sea sin pensar en las consecuencias. Es la diferencia, yo mantengo mi esencia y ustedes por pegar han cambiado hasta de apariencia. Y no es que lo diga yo, pero la gran evidencia es que cambian de personalidad con frecuencia. Y no son locos con inteligencia, solo quieren un poco de atención con insistencia. No presumo en nada, hago todo a mi conveniencia. Por eso te doy una sugerencia: conmigo no busquen competencia, que llevo 10 años ganándole a la vida y lo sabe la audiencia. La firme, qué ocurrencia, ¿cómo pueden joder sin prudencia? No se dan cuenta que mi experiencia es a base de exigencia. Mi trabajo es con independencia y el de otros de un productor depende de su permanencia. Sigo firme en la resistencia, dándole más rap en el track hasta por correspondencia. Que muchos disques evolucionaron, no es coincidencia. El dinero y la fama hizo que pierdan su decencia. Terco 92, cuando quieras, donde quieras.
¿Cómo? Sí. He aprendido a sobrevivir de las maldades, comprendiendo que nada es como tú sabes. Pa' decir verdad, la lucho a diario. No me critiques, no me justifico, siempre hago lo que predico. Soy de barrio y rico en talento. De una me sacan por mi forma de ser y mi acento en el yauca. Mi gente la está rompiendo por ser parte de este movimiento. Quiero saludar a las personas que nunca confiaron en mí, que hoy por hoy se paltean cuando me ven venir. Bye bye motherfuckers en estas líneas. Bye bye a fluir. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Yo. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Hey, 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 oh, yeah, hey. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 es la torita aquí en la casa, primo.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
se quedó. Pregunta cuándo fue que la muerte por su casa pasó. Pregunta por su vida y mira su cuerpo tiro en la mitad de la cabeza. Y se pregunta si es su muerto más. Si la muerte vino por él, llevándose alegría. A su hermana la puedes ver llorando todavía. Todos se preguntan quién, pero nadie puede responder hasta que pega el fierro en la mano del muerto. Ahora es un fantasma que vive pintado en una pared. El mismo que anda penando en el barrio. No está tranquilo porque caminando con otro la ve. Por la que se mató sin pensarlo bien. ¿Y para dónde es que se van? Cuando por una tonta razón se van aquellos que más quieres. Pregunto para dónde irán. Es uno menos en el barrio y uno más para el recuerdo. De pocos a pocos mi gente se desvanece, pero casi siempre son los que no lo merecen. La muerte de un inocente, lo sabe la gente, pero nadie dice que él se lo llevó. Se rompió el corazón, lágrimas de madre, sangre en sus manos y no lo comprende el padre. Recuerda que la vida no tiene un valor y grita al cielo, mejor recógeme a mi Señor. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente.
Dime dónde están los que desaparecieron, los que no volvieron, los que de uniforme se vistieron. ¿Dónde están los que ya no están del soldado Juan, que una bala traspasó su cuerpo con el ruido de una? Son historias como mi prima Gloria, que su cuerpo no aparece pero queda su memoria. Niña de 5 años que su aliento ya es agónico. Encuentra el cuerpo pero envuelto está en periódico. La vida es una tumba que la suerte te depara. La muerte está en la mano de aquel hombre que dispara. Padre que espera a su hijo que vive en la urbe, pero al día siguiente lo recogerá en la morgue. Se cuentan horas, días y también los calendarios. Primo, nadie sabe si caerás en cementerios. Como mi amigo Mario que jugaba a ser sicario, hasta mató a su hermano y lo tomó como algo serio. Se cuentan horas, días y también las estadísticas. Para la policía un expediente más en balística. La lista aumenta y también el desenfreno, como aquel niño que golpeado en el hogar se siente ajeno. Le pone freno y toma la decisión, sacando la pistola de su padre en el cajón. Su lápida ahora pinta: hijo mío, te queremos. Si la muerte nos permite, algún día nos veremos.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente.
¿Dónde van? ¿Dónde? Dime dónde van las almas que se pierden en el camino de la vida. ¿Dónde van? Dime dónde van. Que detienen pulsos y otros por impulsos para el diván. Penas que se cuentan en la esquina. Cuidado con la neblina que la muerte se avecina por la acera. Joven estudiante muere en una balacera. Otro lío de pandillas que en el diario aparecerá. La vida se desaparece como el humo de un cigarro. Loco disparando desde un carro. Otra vida que se pierde bajo el cielo gris. No se puede ser feliz cuando gente muere en un desliz. Como Marco que soñaba con ser narco, viajar en barco y olvidarse de las penas en su cuarto. Pero cada vez que parcha ya se siente harto. Y su corazón marchito marcha para el infarto. Almas en oferta como Berta. Que se acuesta en una cama pero en otra se despierta. Son 14 años y ya perdió la niñez. Que desaparece un viernes y no regresa en 2 o 3. Coleccionando amores sin importancia a los rumores. Malos menores sin temores y sin valores. Deambulando en cada city, con el futuro a convertirse en un graffiti.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente.
Definitely. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, yeah. All right, all right, all right. This isn't Public Enemy. How y'all doing? Good evening, man. Saludos. Shalom. 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 However you guys say it. Kule Pedro. What's up, Al Martinez? Politico. Oh, no, I know who that is. Jeremias, buenos dias. I don't even know it's good night. Don't forget to wear your fringes, Ock. Yeah, I know, man. I have them on. Purple wearing Phoenicians, Edomites got them, man. Sometimes it's hard to jump on schedule. It's just unlike other channels, like, I do work. And then I do actually have some stuff that, we all go through. Anyways, without further ado, man, let's get going. Today's topic, the proper one. The other night I tried to do something and it was pausing the video. It was really bad. And I was getting upset. And I didn't think it was a good idea. So I just shut it off. So hopefully this goes smooth. I hope you guys can appreciate it, edified, or for some, like to call this a show. So be it. Again, the topic is the Templar and Freemasons. Now, don't think that it's just based on this. It's based on this. It's based on their unity. Okay? It's based on that. All right? So, Lord willing, you guys get it. All right? Let's begin. Long video. Come on, man. Get your act together. Get your act together, bro. There you go. Let's go. Thank you, brothers.
Palestine's Gaza is a small strip of land home to 2 million Palestinians, but it is essentially an open-air prison and the world's largest concentration camp. To understand how it all started, we need to go back. In 1947, the UN proposed a creation of 2 independent states out of the historic Palestine, with Jerusalem under the international regime.
The United States government is willing to participate in a United Nations program to assist the parties involved in the establishment of a workable political settlement in Palestine.
Leading up to the 1948 war between Israel and the Arab states, as a result, majority of Palestinians were ethnically cleansed from their historical homeland by the Israeli occupational forces. Some of them made their way into this tiny enclave of Gaza. Today, 70% of people currently living in Gaza belong to those refugee families. Israel maintains direct control over Gaza's air and maritime spaces and over its mainland border, limiting everything and everyone that passes through it. Effectively cutting off and isolating Gaza's population from Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and isolating it from the rest of the world. The blockade has caused a perpetual humanitarian crisis for the Palestinians in Gaza. Without being able to develop industries due to the blockade, unemployment levels in Gaza are among the highest in the world, with 62% of Gaza's youth currently jobless. 1.3 million of 2 million Gazans require food assistance. Since Israel's blockade prevents Gazans from constructing pipelines, 78% of the pipe water in Gaza is unfit for human consumption. Israel's continued blockade and indiscriminate military assaults have targeted Gaza's ambulances and hospitals. Israel has launched 4 long and indiscriminate military assaults on Gaza in 2008, 2012, 2014, and 2021, destroying much of its health infrastructure, killing thousands of Palestinians, including scores of children. On the 17th of October 2023, the Al Ali Baptist Hospital was targeted by an Israeli airstrike, killing at least 500 people.
New ideas were
You are an
discussed.
American,
Yes.
and I am Palestinian. You have your state, and I have the right to have my flag and my states.
Pretty heavy points. Pretty heavy points. So let's continue because there's a point to this. All right. Let's continue. So I want to remind you all, imagery is important. Okay. Now, you know, when they show how Israel turned Palestine into Gaza, that you look at the feed behind them. Now, keep in mind that all of this means something to all of us. We've heard it locally with particular people that are familiar. Now, this is the image that you guys get, and this is the perpetual image about us. So now let's hurry up and touch this real quick so we can get through this. Let's go.
Now to a News Nation exclusive from the southern border, where the tidal wave of illegal immigration has extended into some places you might not expect. We got a first-hand look at how the state's specialized tactical unit tracks down and arrests gotaways in Texas, migrants who cross illegally and escape Border Patrol. These brush teams work under the cover of night, with the goal, they say, of stemming the surge of migrants into the Lone Star State.
They look like rats, don't they? When you're out in the bushes at night, when you're trying to chase something, you get a flashlight, usually an animal. Understand the feed. Understand the beast. Let's go.
Correspondent Allie Bradley is live in Eagle Pass, Texas. And Allie, you got a ride along on one of these missions. Most people don't get to see this.
Yeah, it was a wild thing to be a part of here, Elizabeth. And the people
Missions. Most people pass Texas. And Allie, you got a ride along on one of
You got to ride along. I want to see safari shows.
these missions. Most people don't get to see this.
Yeah, it was a wild thing to be a part of here, Elizabeth. Process by Border Patrol. Those are the ones that are self-surrendering. Those are the ones who want to be caught. But this elite brush team is going after the individuals who are trying to remain undetected. So we were going out there, and it is not for the weak out there. Texas, it is very, very rough terrain. Everything has thorns. We had cactus thorns stuck all throughout our clothing and all along our legs and everywhere, because that is what it's like out there. And that is what the DPS brush team is dealing with and what they are going through every single day under the cover of night. Take a look. DPS elite brush team are blacked out. No lights, no reflectors, just pure darkness. They hit the road and on foot, using flashlights and drones. The thorny terrain, no match for the stealthy squad on a mission to find those who don't want to be found.
You know, they passed all these news feeds and poor Israel and poor this and poor so-called African Americans and poor white people and poor, man, you know what? I am sick and tired, man. I am sick and tired. And I want y'all to be the same. I want you guys to feel the same damn way. Because you want to know something? This is all I ever see, and it intensifies every 4 damn years. This is a made-up problem by the same people that are complaining in this country. This is a made-up problem. Unless you think otherwise. Unless you think, well, no, it's because people are breaking the law and they should be respectful. Shut your ass up. Jeremiah 49:7, it reads, concerning Edom, thus say the Lord of hosts, its wisdom no more in Teman? His counsel perished from the prudent? Is their wisdom vanished? Is their wisdom vanished? At one point, people thought y'all were somewhat bright, somewhat smart. We see the stupidity of every single one of you. Flee ye, turn back, dwell deep, O inhabitants of Dedan, for I will bring the calamity of Esau upon him, the time that I will visit him. So how do we know who this guy is? Here's how we know, or how they are. Now, am I saying all of them? No. There's tribes, family. If grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some gleaning grapes? Do people that steal, usually they don't steal everything. But these people have showed us that they take everything. If thieves by night, they will destroy till they have enough. But I made Esau bare. I have uncovered his secret places, and he shall not be able to hide himself. Now, this isn't the topic, but I will do a class on how these guys are planning on going underneath in tunnels. Scripturally, they will be found. That's for sure. His seed is spoiled, and his brethren and his neighbors, and he is not. So all of this that they believed, they really believed it. It's like a broken egg inside without being cracked just yet. You ever shaked one and left it in the sun? In case you never have, you should try it one time. Shake one up real quick. Leave it in the sun for several days. See what happens a few days after. You're going to find out real quickly that it's not a good smell. That means spoiled apesta, güey. Like for real.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Let me see. We see them looking stupid because their degeneracy is destroying them. Just like the Greco-Roman forefathers in ancient Rome. That's how you see this red pill alpha male. Yeah, for sure. Without a doubt, bro. That actually shows extreme insecurity, man. His seed is spoiled, and his brethren, his neighbors, and he is not. We see, again, the fruit don't fall far from the tree. In a tree that is crooked can never be straight. Can never be straight.
And just like that, they are. This young illegal immigrant discovered hiding in the shoulder-tall brush.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Soy un periodista, me llamo Ali.
He tells me his name is Vilda, and he's 22 years old. His journey started in Honduras and ended here last night. News Nation cameras were rolling this rainy night as 8 illegal immigrants were arrested for criminal trespass on a private ranch.
Mucho gusto, Ali.
2 of the men who said
8 illegal immigrants. 8 illegal immigrants. You want to know that?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
You.
Man, I'm trying not to cuss this time, family, but I am so effing sick and tired of that word. Because when did these white and black folks and Asians and Arabs and all of you guys become legally? You are the number one foreigners of this continent. And I don't give a shit if you sit here and tell me, you're still stuck with that. Why do you keep reminding us of 1776? Of your damn Constitution? Isn't that back in the day? You keep reminding us of your historical statues, but yet you don't want to bring up history. So I'm really sick and tired of this name because, quite frankly, family, this is all a created situation here. All of this right here is a created situation right here. Look, you see this people thumbs up? You see the thumbs up, right? 8 immigrants arrested. What's the stuff that they say? This is why we need our military defending our borders, not everyone else's. The situation is intolerable. Close the border now. I'm so grateful they are catching these illegal immigrants, and they should be returned to their country. Wow. You should be returned to your country. Yo, that's a damn great point. Because, it is funny how Article 1, Section 10 guarantees state that sovereign power to repel an invasion. Okay, well, that's kind of funny because in the same article, if you want to actually get technical here, well, then every treaty that you guys have written has been destroyed and broken. So this so-called article, Section 1 that you want to bring up, guarantees you shit. It guarantees you nothing. Your so-called sovereign, God-loving state, you know how you got that damn state stolen? How? How did he get it stolen? Let me just say this real quick. Let me just say this, family. Through the doctrine of discovery. You actually use that religious old papal bull in the U.S. Supreme Court in 1823. That's how you actually went about and said, hey, well, the Monroe Doctrine makes perfect sense. That's how you got into 1848 or 1846 Hidalgo. This is exactly how you did it. You want to then separate church and state, but now you want to do state, and then you don't want to talk about church, because then you go and say, God bless Texas. Do you not understand the laws and the scriptures say exactly not to do, which you're doing? Thou shalt not move landmarks. Thou shalt not steal a man's land. Thou shalt not put a man in slavery. It's funny to me. It is so funny to me that you guys are such a selective bunch of individuals.
They were from Honduras, told us they tried to go the legal route, but say after a month of failure, they believe sneaking in was their only option. But they now face state charges for criminal trespass. Their hopes at asylum down the road dashed by their impending criminal record.
The difference, the work that we're doing here on these ranches, are these are individuals that are evading capture. They're trying to go undetected, and in that case, they get picked up by human smugglers. We're trying to prevent that. What you're seeing right now, what you saw on these ranches are illegal immigrants that are here for economic reasons, and the most part, the majority that we've come across are here for economic reasons. They want a better life. We understand that, but of course that does not meet the current asylum process. So that's what we're trying to prevent.
Lieutenant,
see here clearly that it's because of economic reasons. He said it himself. Economic reasons. Again, Jeremiah 49:9, it says, if great gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some gleaning grapes? Would it be not possible? Let's continue. We're setting this up, family. We're setting this up. This is all going to connect once we get to the end, and then I got a long video to show you. Not a long video, but it's a video that I've been wanting to show you for some time. We read this before, so let's see if we can actually watch it again. All right, so let's see here real quick. Here we go.
Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words. Dear Lord Rothschild.
Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet.
Primarily a movement from Eastern Europe, but they didn't clarify who was in charge of that movement, and in addition, it was after all in Great Britain, so they felt that the Rothschild family should be the one to whom it was addressed, and Walter was Lord Rothschild, and he was a Zionist.
If I could possibly ask you to read it for us.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
And here it is, the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I genuinely feel it's one of the most extraordinary moments in the history of the Jewish people.
Meyer Amschel Bauer, born in Frankfurt, Germany in 1744, was a moneylender and a goldsmith on Jew Street, whose shop had a sign out front with a red hexagram on it. Eventually, he would change his name to Rothschild, which is German for red sign. Rothschild soon learned that loaning money to governments and kings was more profitable than loaning money to private individuals. Not only were the loans bigger, but they were secured by the nation's taxes. Meyer Rothschild had 5 sons whom he trained in the skills of money creation and sent out to the major capitals of Europe to open branches of the family banking business.
Where does that symbol come from?
It's never written explicitly in the Bible itself.
Is it in the Talmud? Perhaps. Is there a passage in the Bible about that or no?
No.
Okay. So you're not really sure exactly where that comes from?
No. You got me.
Is it nobody knows, huh?
I don't know. I'm not. There must be somewhere. I do not remember exactly.
I believe that what they call the Star of David is actually the Star of Remphan. Because when you study the Bible, you'll see that when they worshipped other gods, the Bible talks about them carrying the banner of the star of their god Remphan.
You took up for yourself the star, that's the 6-pointed star, of your god, called Remphan or Kiyun. All these were names for Moloch, the great Baal, the great fire god, who was the devil.
Beelzebub.
They sacrificed their own children, the Jews did, to the star god.
When they worshipped a false god, they had the Star of Remphan as an icon and as a symbol. We never see a Star of David in Scripture, but the star of the false god Remphan. And so we know today that they are not worshiping the true God, because the Bible says, he that denieth the Son, the same hath not the Father. But he that acknowledgeth the Son hath the Father also. If the Jews do not believe on the Son, the Bible says they don't.
So again, this is an actual setup to the whole process here, and whoever Marvell is, I'm not really interested in entertaining you right now because I want to finish this class. It's pretty long. Come another day. I'll waste my time with you. Right now, I got a purpose here. And we ain't got to prove shit, to be honest with you. Scriptures are clear as to who they are. It's clear. And if you really, really, really want to know, I can take you through our migration. I can show you that we still practice the food, the clothing, the customs, the history, the name. I can even show you where the scriptures apply to us thoroughly. And with books too. We didn't come around Africa. We don't believe that stuff, man. So if you believe that that's what we believe, you're in the wrong channel. Because I'm one of the few that actually I'm one of the first ones that have shown our migration. Nah, I'm not gonna go live with you either. I don't want to debate on text, man. If you want to talk to me, bro, get on, or you can come another day. But I'm gonna go in my class. Watch around, man. It's all good. It's all good, family. You know, he's being somewhat respectful, man. He asked, it's cool. It's cool. Oh, by the way, fam, I'm gonna tell y'all something. The whole name of Yahweh, Bahashem Yahweh Shai, I'm gonna prove how that is not real. And I'm gonna show y'all through historical books the actual name of the Most High. But that's in class. And just to let you know, this is a long process. This is a long process. I've been going through a long process in these classes. If you show up, you're kind of late. But anyways, let's continue. So as they're going to war, they're also destroying the territory. I find it interesting, family. I find it very interesting. It's all connected. Freemasonry, you know what I'm saying? What do you call it? People that are interested in taking advantage and conquering. This is who they are. We're just going to go through the line and prove to them who they are as well. There's a history that they deny, what is totally okay with us. That's why we have, I have some examples, and I want to really show it today, on why there are people that are very sincere about who they are according to the Bible. They don't go through science and then use the scriptures. If you believe the Bible, then you'll know that the original man didn't come from Africa. If you believe the Bible or the scriptures, he didn't come out of Africa. That's science. That's eugenics. Because in the scriptures, it clearly shows where the original man came from. Anyways, let's go.
The story of Prince Hall, our founder, who was a great American and the first Grand Master associated with our first Grand Lodge and its expansion. Scott, the brother-in-law of John Hancock, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Captain Scott delivered the letter and the money and received a charter, which he duly delivered to Prince Hall at around the time of the writing of the United States Constitution.
Wake up! I've got one that can see.
I can see. Got to show both of them. Here's more proof. We're going historically back and forth, fam, because I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something that we talked about, and it has to do with, listen, unlike what you guys used to believe, right? Christianity is very attached to Judaism by, you know who? The fake Jews, right? The ones that are hanging out over there that are crushing the souls of the Palestinians, which I believe some of them are actually are hinted. But anyways, let's continue to see and remember Freemasonry, the black conquistadors, the white conquistadors, the black Jews, the white Jews, the one that couldn't prove who they were, right? Even still to the debate. All of those things have to be cleared into why things are happening today. Remember, what was written aforetime was written for our learning. Right? Now, why does it say that? Because Ecclesiastes clearly told us that it was going to continue to happen to us, as Deuteronomy 28 said, and for signs and wonders. Upon thy seed forever. Let's go.
Put a servant to be the captain of the ship, man. These people had, when they say history, they had titles and they had respect. They didn't just let anybody just be the captain of these ships. So we gotta dig into who they're saying the servants and dig into the real history of all these characters to see if they were really servants or slaves brought to Europe. The earliest evidence of black conquistadors, the Spanish colonies, also comes from 1502. In that year, the new governor of Hispaniola, Nicolas de Obando, brought with him from Spain a number of Iberian-born black slaves, not only to work, but to help keep the indigenous population subdued. All right, so look what it's saying here, saying this Nicolas de Obando, most likely a Moor or black conquistador, brought with him from Spain a number of Iberian-born black slaves. All right? Iberian, that's all Spain and Portugal, right? And it says that he brought him so he can help him subdue the indigenous population. More on more, black on black, right? They seem to have done the opposite. However, for within a few months, Obando had banned further introduction of blacks on the grounds that they incited native rebellion.
Hey, Pedro, I think it's that chick, dude. Because you're getting emotional. I just told you that I'm going about my class, but you keep saying, asking questions after question. You are showing the same spirit of the girl that comes and acts like a man on this channel, says she's not, doesn't answer if she is or isn't. You're acting like that again. Now, she says, please respond. So I would advise you, Marvell, to stop typing because you look like a chick. And because of the person.
Nevertheless, in the ensuing decade came.
Listen, by the way, just to let y'all know, this is that chick again. This is that chick again, family. You see how emotional this person gets? One text, 2, 3, then she goes and insults, and then does this again. It's the same one, you know, the other one, same one, Yehudi. So what I would tell you right now, Maxwell, or whatever you are, whoever you are, is shut up, sit down, and listen, because you're looking like a chick right now, and the only reason I'm telling is because there's a chick that comes here all the time, acts like a totally emotional, but doesn't admit it. It's a girl. So right now you're seemed that way. So if you're not her, then be quiet or leave and come back another day, because I'm not gonna go back and forth with you. Let's go.
Ferdinand repeatedly permitted and encouraged the taking across the Atlantic of black slaves, who continued to enter the colony in small but steadily growing numbers and participate in Spanish expansion in the region. Right, so this is starting to basically sound like they're saying that they brought African slaves not to come work in plantations and to replace the indigenous slave population, but to actually subdue them and help them conquer and invade them. That's what we've been reading so far, right?
You see this, family? So this is clearly showing what I've been showing, that it was a teamwork, tag team. And as we understand now, you got Edom, Canaan, Khazars, or Amalekites. You got the power, you got the muscle, and you got the financiers. You know what I'm saying? You got to be mindful exactly how that functions. Interesting. Oh, that was me.
Puerto Rico. All right, again, in 1508, Ponce de Leon took armed Africans to help him conquer Puerto Rico.
They helped Africans, the Africans helped them conquer Puerto Rico. Like the books have been showing. But again, we know now who the financiers were. It's very clear to us. And that's who I'm targeting today. Not necessarily these guys. But let me remind you of the Spirit, because the Spirit bears witness. Now, I want to show something to y'all, family. What he's talking about is people that helped these Spaniards, right? These so-called white Spaniards, but they weren't. They were swarthy at times. These people called the Moors. You see this hat? That's why I keep saying, when they tell you who you are, when they tell you who they are, start believing them, which is why the Spirit is expressing itself. There's no such thing as 12-type chart. Get that out the door. We already understand that. We know damn well that it wasn't just white conquistadors. It was black, West African conquistadors. A couple of North Africa, you know what I mean? But for the most part, it was that region as well. It wasn't just gringos. And here we get an example of who they're standing up for their history because they understand what happened. Let's go.
This morning, I heard Mayor Brandon Johnson say that the sentiment in the black community is waning. A lie. The sentiment is not waning. We are not okay with you taking our resources and giving them to people who don't live here. As Mark stated before, you are preparing housing for them. One of the reasons that the city of Chicago was able to close 50 schools was because of the black flight. And the reason we had a black flight was because there is no affordable housing in this city. It is because the city of Chicago shut down the voucher system so that blacks who needed to get affordable housing could not. So they had no choice but to flee to other states. But now you found money for the migrants. That's right. We're calling foul. And then another thing you said was that the faith-based leaders were helping to bring around the sentiment. We haven't paid attention to faith-based leaders since Dr. Martin Luther King. And guess what? We're not listening to them now. We understand that they are bought and paid for. We understand that you control the narrative that they are trying to speak about. So let me just say this to you. We're not listening to them the same way we're not listening to you. What you're doing is not okay. And let me just say this other thing. Emerson Park is still closed. And our mayor has decided that because we didn't support migrants coming to our park, we just ain't gonna have a park. I call foul, Mayor. You love to stand around and talk about how you're a black man. That's all you are, is a black man. And we know that all black folks ain't skin folks. And those of us who didn't know that, you're giving us a great lesson. So we thank you for that. No, the sentiment has not changed. We are still for black people. We are still for this city supporting us. We're still for black people getting the same set-asides that these migrants are getting. Oh, excuse me, not migrants, because what they are is illegal foreign nationals.
You see what I'm saying, fam?
Are you?
You still want to kiss ass? You still want to bend the knee for that stupid ass chart? You still believe that these people are actually people of the book? Both of them are showing you that they're not. Look at the movie Mississippi Burning. Who did they pull over, family? 3 kids. 2 in the front, 1 in the back. The 2 in the front were 2 so-called Jews. The 1 in the back, black. What a coincidence, right? It doesn't end. But again, this is not my target today. I've done enough classes of this. I've done enough classes of that. But I'm just showing you that it's coming from every single angle. Every single angle. And this is from people that are not even from this continent. Let's remember that.
And this person just heard me speak Spanish, and she said, great, you're Mexican, right? Repeat what you just said. Yeah, but problem with people that speak Spanish in your country, right? Yeah. Repeat what you just said. This America. What did you just say to me? You don't speak Spanish. What did you just say to me? You are no one to tell me that this is your country. You're no one to tell me to speak what language, because I know what I want to speak, and it's not my fault that you're not bilingual, and obviously you don't know Spanish. Your comment was racist and was using the restroom. Awesome.
Un momento,
Fíjate a qué nivel de racismo llega un vídeo porque soy americana y soy blanca. O sea, su
Did you see the video of conservative Cuban-American politician Maria Salazar wrongfully praising Argentina as having only one culture, only one religion, and only one race?
Y tiene una sola cultura, una sola religión y una sola raza, completamente homogéneo.
For context, when she said one race, she means Europeans. First off, even though it is true that 33% of Argentina is fully European, roughly 66% or 2 out of every 3 Argentinians are what is known as mestizos, meaning of mixed Native American and European ancestry. Secondly, almost 40% of the population is either non-religious or follows other faiths. Lastly, Argentina is a mix of many cultures from around the world, so to assume that it is only one culture is completely false. It's always these conservative Cubans that try so hard to act like Anglos, but at the end of the day, they will never be anything more than subservient lapdogs to their Republican masters.
Not necessarily, family, not necessarily. Remember, a lot of our Maya brothers and sisters were still being transported in slave ships to Cuba from 1846 through 1860. We know that. So we know that a lot of them were Latinos, so-called Sephardics in a sense, some Ashkenazis, some Anglo, some Spaniards, some African bloodline, all of that. Some even are Hindus sold out as well. Oh, don't think that it didn't. Again, we're talking about a variety of people, right? Saying you guys are illegals, you don't matter, it doesn't matter. Ron DeSantis endorses deadly force against migrants suspected of trafficking drugs.
Today in Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings that includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Ending birthright citizenship, family. Ending birthright citizenship. Now, the question would that be applicable to white and black so-called foreigners or Asians or Arabs? The fact is, you cannot, how in the world do you somehow believe that you are so-called chosen when everything about you is contrary to the fact? I'm going to show, and I'm going to continue to show that these so-called chosen people are not. And if the shoe fits, put it damn on. Put it on. Evangelicals, all you so-called Christians, you're nothing but a bunch of Christmas Christian lovers, man. Y'all worship damn Nimrod more than the actual Most High himself. Let's go.
Fences.
Once you cut through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs. You absolutely can use deadly force.
DeSantis has sent hundreds of law enforcement personnel and National Guard members to help patrol the U.S. border. We rode along on a helicopter tour with the Texas Department of Public Safety. The pilot telling us he's seen border crossings drop in.
He's seen border crossings drop. Now, what do I continuously show you? Thank you, family, but I wasn't actually trying to fix them. I'm glad. Deuteronomy 28:46, and they shall be upon thy seed for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. This is continuous to us. It continuously happens to us no matter what. However, we're being told that it's not racism. Even against Irish, but not against y'all. Yet we continually see what's going on, family. Thank you. Thank you. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 46. And they shall be upon thy, and that shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. We are continuously seeing these curses over and over again. Now, these are actual curses, family. Our gente is, like he says, it's for an economic reason. They have to leave their country. That is not a man that gets pulled over and because of a dumbass, he runs away and gets shot. Oh, that's a curse. No, that's stupidity. That's being a seditious individual. And we know who that is in Jubilees. Canaan. However, for us, we clearly see that these curses, verse 43, that a stranger that is within thee shall get above thee very high. Who are these people that think they're above us now? The nerve of these foreigners. A paper doesn't make you a person of this land. Your DNA is not of this land. Your blood is not of this land. You guys are from Europe and Africa. You're not of this land. A paper does not prove a damn freaking thing. So as far as I know, the stranger that is within thee shall get above thee very high. That's right. Calling us beaners, wetbacks, illegal aliens, black and white. Passing laws to make sure that we don't even get into Texas anymore. Because they want us definitely out of Florida. And this whole attitude too about very high, meaning they think they're better than us, fam. For example, now I want to touch on this, but every now and then we get visitors, right? And they come and question, I'll prove that who you. Why do you ask us if we have to prove it? Do we owe you money? Does our salvation have anything to do with yours? If we're not the people of the book, then my salvation has nothing to do with yours. Why do you care? Why does it matter? Well, guess what, fam? I'm going to show you that these people here, right here, okay, that this Psalms 83, that all these curses, right, that you will not be Israel anymore, and that these people, Psalms 83:3, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. We were hidden, not they. They weren't hidden. They've always been neighbors. Africa and Europe is just a skip and a hop away. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation. How do you cut somebody off from being a nation, family? You know what you start doing? You get rid of the history, right? Yeah. I'm going to show you what they've done. Let's cut them off from being a nation so that the name of our people may be no more in remembrance. So you don't know who you are. You will only accept what you're being told through religion and politics, or government, I should say, because government controls history. This is the abuse we get without hesitation. Now, it's normal to call you illegal immigrants. Oh, but hold on a second. If you say anything about a so-called Jew, I'm being anti-Semitic. And I'm glad this topic is of hand now. I'm so glad that the actual government of international countries are talking about this now. Because now the question is, so now you guys are talking Bible now, scripture. Now you guys are talking scripture. Because you're mentioning Semites. Okay, cool. So the Semitics are people of Shem. We still got two other roots, Japhet or Japheth and Ham. So now, if you're saying that they're those who they are, then who is Japheth and who are the Hamites? Who are they, family? Let's continue to watch this, man.
Recent weeks after the end of the COVID border restriction known as Title 42. But he says the situation is still out of control.
What are you seeing now compared to 5 years ago? Anybody that thinks this is a secure border is delusional. There's nothing secure about this.
This group of mostly Venezuelan migrants blocked from reaching the U.S. by razor wire along the Rio Grande and Eagle Pass.
Are you desperate? ¿Están desesperados?
They tell me of course they are, and that they just want to come to America and work. DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People again.
In mind, family, keep in mind that that's 52%. Now, we're talking about deadly, if they cross the border, then you know what? They have the right to shoot you. How interesting, family. You're going to block me now? Hold on. Come on. Don't tell me you're going to do that. Give me a second. Let me see if I can with the rancher. It's right here. This right here. They're probably going to take it off, right? But let me see if I can. It says here, Gabriel Cuenbuitema was slipping across a rancher's land near the border. Hold on. Near the border, right? Hold on. What the hell's going on with this thing, man? Stop. Let me see if I can get another one. Check this out. Arizona rancher George Allen Kelly, murder charge downgraded to second degree in shooting of Mexican migrant. Okay.
$1 million bond accused of murder for shooting and killing a migrant on his property. Prosecutors claim he was targeting migrants to kill them, while the defense says he is being framed by violent traffickers.
Debbie Douglas is a Texas rancher who also has had her own ranch broken into by migrants. She joins us now. Debbie, as someone who lives on a ranch near the border, what was your reaction when you saw prosecutors go after George Kelly in the first place, continuing to go after him in light of the fact that he was, quite frankly, defending his family?
I believe that this is all a setup, and they're trying to use Mr. Kelly as an example to put fear into the rest of us that have ranches along the border. They don't want us to defend our property, so they're going to use him to try to put fear into us.
You know, you live 50 miles north of the border. You're in Texas, and I know the laws in Texas and Arizona are much different, but you've had attempted break-ins 3 times from migrants in just the past 18 months or so, to the point where you had to spend $13 grand for security protocols, whether it be security cameras, some type of fencing, and security for your windows. You know, have you thought about what you would do if someone broke into your home like this? I mean, granted, I don't think they've gotten in yet, but what happens if they do? Do you feel protected?
I will tell you this. I will stand my ground. I will fight for what's mine. They're not.
You know, I wish we would have had like reporting news when y'all were coming over here. It would have been nice. Hey, listen, they got a bunch of European white people, and they seem to be, you know, this, and this. It's like, well, damn, if that's the case, I'm going to make sure I have a gun because I don't want none of these pale skin, so-called lack of trust, right? So check this out, fam. The other channel or the other page was saying things like, since when do illegal aliens have rights? Since when do illegal aliens have rights? When you start talking about using deadly force, and then all of a sudden it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's like no news. It's no news. It's not important. You know why? Because they ain't black or they ain't Jews, right? Or they ain't white. Those are facts. Those are facts. You want to know who's causing all of this, family? Before I do, man, let me get this scripture out. I wanted to read this a while ago. Just get to it. Psalms 36, man. Watch this real quick. Psalms 36. Let me read this real quick. Verse 1. To the chief musician, a psalm of David, the servant of the Lord. The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart. The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart, that there is no fear of God before his eyes, which is why they continue. They know exactly who you are, fam. They know. Now, the idiots don't. The little people, they don't. Oh, they're going to get a really painful experience when they find out. Because it's the least expected people. That there is no fear of God before his eyes. For he flattereth himself in his own eyes, meaning vanity. Which is why the scriptures say, learn not the way of the heathen. Their customs are vain. Their mentality is vain. It's even Proverbs say that. Envy not the oppressor. Choose none of his ways. Because for he flattereth himself in his own eyes, meaning he's full of vanity. He's idolatry towards himself, which is why you want to see a white Jesus or a black Jesus. That's what your nation is about. Or an Asian one, like Buddha. Or you want or a wok, or a rock, or whatever, yourself. Until his iniquity be found to be hateful. Then it says, the words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. How is that? They keep saying, oh, look at these illegal aliens, illegal aliens, illegal aliens. Get out of my country, which is not yours, which you stole, by the way. And then, these are Hondureños and Nicaraguenses, right? People like from Central America. We're going to find out right now exactly how this whole, why is this even a problem, family? Why is that? Now, the sad part is that they keep assuming that it's so-called Mexicans crossing the border, yet the Mexican peso jumped twice its value and the dollar lost its value. Raza from Mexico is not coming over here. Dummies. I'm going to prove that it's you guys. You pale-skinned illegals are going over there. The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He hath left off to be wise and to do good. The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He had left off to be wise and to do good. No more does this person sound sane anymore. No more do these nations of people around us who seem to, I don't know, be so holy. Now you see the wickedness, body count, LGBTQ, pornography, pedophilia, and homosexuality. And all of these are nations that are not of this continent, not of this land. He or they devised mischief upon their bed, his bed. He, you mean they, said it himself in a way that is not good. He abhorreth not evil. Give me a second, bro. I saw you earlier, man. Thanks, by the way. Judges 1:10. But these speak of evil. I'm sorry. But these speak evil of those things which they know not, what they know naturally, as brute beasts, in those things they corrupt themselves. I saw that earlier, which is why I kind of just let it be, bro. But thank you. Excuse me real quick. Let me read this one. Sorry about that. Let me read this one real quick. 1 Timothy 2:24. Some men's sins are open beforehand, going before to judgment, and some men they follow after. So some of them, family, are very clear. Some men's sins are open beforehand, meaning right away, going before judgment. And some, it's just in time. Fam. There's a couple ways to look at that scripture. Let me see that real quick. Psalms 141:10. Let the wicked fall into their own nets, while I with all escape. That's right, and pray. Very true. Because you cannot get around the fact, that he devised mischief upon his bed. How can I make it a continuous mental oppression where I crush these people's spirit and they consider themselves as nothing? Yeah, it's true. And they're running from this country. But check this out. Let's find out how they created all of this problem. Because you guys that complain, this is why when the time comes to pay the piper, you're gonna have to pay.
South American country which has had its government overthrown by the CIA since 1947. Costa Rica in 1948. Guatemala, 1954, El Salvador, 1979, Nicaragua, 1981, Panama, 1989, Paraguay, 1954, Brazil, 1964, Peru, 1968, Chile, 1973, Uruguay, 1973, Argentina, 1976, and Venezuela in 2002. Many of these were perceived as ideologically opposed to the United States, were leftist dictatorships, or were some combination of the two. Here's every South American country which has
attention to Argentina as well. All right, let's go.
Had its government overthrown by the CIA since 1947. Costa Rica in 1948, Guatemala 1954, El Salvador 1979, Nicaragua 1981, Panama 1989, Paraguay 19.
We skip down. All of those countries are the ones that are coming over here. Let's go.
1954, Brazil 1964, Peru 1968, Chile 1973, Uruguay 1973, Argentina 1976, and Venezuela in 2002. Many of these were perceived as ideologically opposed to the United States, were leftist dictatorships, or were some combination of the two.
All right, let's keep going. Here, let me show you this real quick. This one's in Spanish. All right, so follow me here, family. Like I said, the topic at hand, like I said, the topic at hand is what? Let's not forget. Who are these people? So now I mentioned we're going to stop at around this minute here, 3:36. So I'll start off right here. Okay, let's go.
Desarmados, inermes, 10.002 personas asesinadas. 4.104 niñas y niños asesinados. Desarmados, inermes, 10.002 personas asesinadas. 4.104 niñas y niños asesinados. Las imágenes en las redes son brutales. 4.104 niñas y niños. ¿Qué hicieron esta niñez para merecer una muerte tan infame? 2.641 mujeres, 25.000 heridos, 67% de los asesinados mujeres y niños. A 23 días del genocidio, iban 23 periodistas asesinados, 134 médicos y enfermeras, 489 adultos mayores, 63 funcionarios de la ONU, 10.000 muertos y desaparecidos, ya son 10.002 los muertos, no están contabilizados el número de desaparecidos, 3 iglesias destruidas, 47 mezquitas, 219 escuelas, 200.000 edificios destruidos, servicios de salud y ambulancias 200 y todavía no se daba el ataque a las ambulancias que transportaban heridos para llevarlos a otro lugar, hospitales fuera de servicio 12. El discurso en contra del terrorismo y del ataque original de Hamas no tiene cabida aquí, porque lo que estamos viendo es un Estado nacional, el Estado de Israel, atacando a población civil indefensa, de todas las edades, niños, mujeres y adultos mayores por igual. El Estado de Israel, con toda su fuerza bélica, con todo el ejército, con todos los recursos económicos, con el apoyo de Estados Unidos, dio un corredor de salida para la Franja de Gaza y acto seguido bombardeó a los civiles que se desplazaban por ese lugar. ha atacado los hospitales donde civiles se habían resguardado, además de la gente que necesitaba atención médica. Las imágenes son monstruosas del genocidio. Nadie puede subirse a esta tribuna a defender semejante barbarie. El peor genocidio transmitido en vivo por los mismos funcionarios del Estado de Israel que han subido a las redes sociales las imágenes de los bombardeos correspondientes. Aquí no estamos hablando de antisemitismo porque tanto el pueblo palestino como el pueblo judío son semitas.
There you go, right there. Right there. So now on the president, well, the floor with this government in Mexico, he says that you can't say that they're anti-Semites because they're both Semitic. So now my question to you is this. If they're Semitic, who are you? Who are you? But you guys know there's Shem, Japheth, and Ham, right? I want to show you this real quick, family. See, I'm jumping to these things because I'm trying to help you connect the dots, fam. Let me read this to y'all. Bad news for Jews, it says. Now, bad news for Jews, it says. How 6 U.S. and U.K. media moguls aided the Nazi regime. What exactly is this? What am I talking about? Watch this. Oh, my bad. So Hitler says he expects... Okay, hold on a second. Who is this guy here? It says, in the newspaper Axis, historian Kathy S. Olmsted details how prior to World War II, press barons, including William Randolph Hearst, worked to sway the public towards Hitler line. Now, what is this right here? Check this out. What is the meaning of this word? It means a member of the lowest order of the British nobility. So somebody in high regards, okay? So check this out. In 1934, Lord Harold Rothermere, the owner of Britain's Daily Mail, filed a story from Munich praising Adolf Hitler. The article was published when Jews were being ousted from public life in Germany, and the Nazi Party had already established a large network of concentration camps across the country. Now, it says here that this man assured his readers that the stories of these atrocities were widely exaggerated. The restaurant and the hotels in Munich were bustling with German Jews during the festive seasons, and none showed any symptoms of insecurity or suffering. Again, the restaurants and hotels in Munich were bustling with German Jews during the festive season, and none showed any symptoms of insecurity or suffering. That's what they wrote, correct? Now, it says the Nazis needed to control the alien element and Israelites of international attachment who were insinuating themselves into the German state. As Rothmere put it in an article he personally penned in 1934, the Daily News Mail also cheered in British Union of Fascists, a party led by Sir Aldwith Mosley in Britain that was notorious for support of Hitler, and his anti-Semitic propaganda, which is funny because Hitler was a Jew too. Now, California-based historian Kathy Olmsted, the new book, Newspaper Axis, 6 Press Barons Who Enabled Hitler, profiles Rothmere and 5 other powerful media moguls, Anglophile in the Anglophile world on both sides of the Atlantic between 1933 and 1945, all of whom took a pro-Nazi editorial line. So Lothbrod was a pro-fascist who had a deep sympathy for Adolf Hitler. Olmsted tells us the Times of Israel from her office at the University of California, Davis, where she chairs the history department. Okay. Now, as she writes, she introduces her first book. For years, Rothmere and his fellow press barons in both Britain and the United States pressured their nation's leaders to ignore the menace of fascism. This is her, right? However, check this out. Where are you at? Where are you at? Where is this guy at? So these guys have media power. Okay? They're decision makers when it comes to printing. All right. I want to show you how this guy's. Look, William Randolph Hearst paid Hitler and other top Nazis an average of $1,500 per article, or $20,000 in today's money. By giving fascist dictators access to the American public, allowing them to present themselves as peace-loving champions of order, Hearst helped to normalize fascism in his 30 million readers. These press barons did not just sell the news, they constructed it and lied as they reported events so that they could make a lot of money and gain political influence too. Olmsted says Britain's daily news, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Right? So why am I sharing this? Who's this guy here? This is why I'm sharing this, family. See, in order for you to understand history, you got to look back just a little bit. This is, I cannot remember honestly what book this is from, fam. I wish I had it, but I'm just going to read it to you, okay? It's page 43. I'm sure I'll remember it before I finish, okay? I'll try it. It says, that fall, the stock market crash of October 1929 and on the onset of Great Depression led to sparkling unemployment, heightened anxiety levels, and a widespread scapegoating of immigrants. The belief that foreigners stole U.S. citizens' jobs, drained public coffers, carried diseases, committed crimes, and harbored communist and radical political views resulted in rising chorus across the country calling for their expulsion. Not only that, the coup d'etat, that's what it was. When they were against so-called capitalism, they would call themselves what? They were communists. They were radical. They were radical politicians. Now check this out. Look at the name. William Randolph. What a coincidence, right? William Randolph, again, the nation's most powerful media mogul, repeatedly used the pages of 28 newspapers, which reached 5.5 million daily subscribers, 7 million people on Sunday. They lied because it said 30. To call for the deportation and harsher immigration laws. The farmers rid his barns of rats. Y'all are rats. You understand that? You guys are all rats. The farmers rid his barns of rats. That's what that guy did. When he shot that brother of ours, he saw them as animals, rats. His hen house of weasels. Good housekeepers wage ceaseless war against vermin, heathens, illegal aliens, beaners, wetbags, spics that we're going to run Operation Wetback on y'all. Again, for signs and for wonders. Upon thy seed forever until we get it right. And employers will not have dishonest people about them. Then he says, no man keeps his own house of those that are enemies of his family for any other reason harmful. Uncle Sam should clear his house thoroughly of all undesirables. Despite our disastrous experience since colonial days, creating race problems after race problems, Negro, Chinese, Japanese, Filipinos, and now the Mexican Indian, have we learned anything as a nation? So they said. Oh, but that's not all, fam. I got more for you. Remember this guy? You see, that's why it's important that you study and don't let someone else teach you your own history. Remember this guy here? Juan Zumarraga. You guys remember this guy? This was the guy in the Lutheran newsletter, right? That clearly shows us that he was one of the reasons why we never had a Bible for 500 years. It was one of the main reasons, right? Remember this page? From the Lutheran newsletter, it says, Dr. Francis A. Borden, this was written in 1900, September 7, 1900, 1900, okay? Dr. Francis A. Borden relates the following about the first Bible printed in Mexico. The first Bible printed in Mexico in the Christian Advocate. The printing press, remember this, came to Mexico in 1539. Remember, in 1539, they came to Mexico. For in that year, there was printed in Mexico in Spanish a brief compendium of Christian doctrine, and under the auspices of the famous Bishop Fray Juan de Zumarraga. These guys, it says here on the bottom, just for the sake of hurrying up to the point, Spain not only did not give Mexico a Bible, but sternly prohibited the publication of any part of the sacred scriptures in the language of the Mexican people. That prohibition is still in force. You see this? It was only in Castellano and in Latin. Not yet, though, until 1831 through 1833. But it was, like it says here, from 1539 to 1810. Okay? So Juan Zumarraga had everything to do with the Christian compendium, which was I'll show you. The Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, Diez Mandamientos, and Credo. He was the reason why, right? It says here, let me see if I can try. Why is it in Spanish? It says Juan de Zumarraga was the first bishop of the Diocese of Mexico, where he arrived in 1528. You hear this? He brought the first printing press to the New World. He was consecrated on 27 April 1533. He became an archbishop. He founded the first chapel honor of Saint Mary of Guadalupe, right? So this guy's attached to the Christian compendium. He's attached to those 5 things that we were obligated to learn, which if you learn, for whatever reason, the pyramids. Hold on. If you learn anything outside of that, you would be killed. Check this out. This is from the Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids, page 16. It says here, according to the Spaniards, Indians were supposed to know only the Our Father, Ave Maria, Credo, and 10 Commandments. Reading and writing was considered as dangerous as the devil. So not only did this guy not allow you to read about your history, right? Well, first of all, he only allowed you not to read the whole Bible, or technically your history, but he was limiting as to what you could learn. So he had authority to print. Now you wonder, how does this bishop have authority to print? Who helped him? Well, let's move on to this here. The first bishop of Mexico was Zumarraga. Okay, we understand now. Check this out here real quick. The printing press here. In 1539, he had Juan Kronberger set up a subsidiary of his printing house in Seville in a house owned by Zumarraga. Huh. Interesting, right? Fray Juan de Zumarraga was working with who? Juan Kronberg. Like, who's this guy? But let me show you this real quick. They brought Primera Empresa, the first printing press in Mexico. You see this? It was in 1539, like I read to you before, like the Protestant wrote. It was a branch of Juan Kronberger printing press in the city of Tenochtitlan. This idea arose in the mind of Fray Zumarraga, since upon his arrival in New Spain, he realized the need of a typographic worship in the New World. What the hell is that? Typographic means or relating to occurring the use of typography, which is letter press printing. I don't know. I'll look into that after. But you understand now in these times. Now, who is this individual that we're looking at now? John, or the German printer Jacobo Kronberger, who is probably the most illustrious printer in Spanish history, arrived in Spain. He introduced the machinery of German origin. Huh. Now, who are these characters? Now, when I read Jacobo, I'm like, wait a minute, Jacob Berger. Hold on a second. So now it made me look. I'm looking, and then I find this. This is from, well, we'll see right now. JewishPublicLibrary.org. And here it shows the book that he wrote. And here it says how they're giving him honor. It says in 1536, barely a half a century after Venice, Rinaldo de Novimaggio published the JPL copy of Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, Seville's Juan Kronberger published our copy of the Spanish translation of the Bello Judiaco. These people, my friends, my brothers and sisters, if you're listening, were these so-called Jews. So these so-called Jews owned a printing press. Now, we understand that this Zumarraga guy, this character, you know, that he was the reason why well, I mean, like it says, you know, that he was a what do you call it? He was responsible for working with the Archbishop Zumarraga. Okay, so now check this out. This Zumarraga character is involved in a lot of things, family. It says, December 1531, Juan Diego, a Mexican Indian and recent convert, had a vision of a young woman on the hills of Tepeyac outside of Mexico City. So this is the whole concept creation of supposedly the Virgin Mary was, I guess, showed up in Juan Diego's little, you know, gavan and shit, right? All that stupidity. That's what they say. Well, I'm going to show you this real quick. This is from page 133 of Quetzalcoatl y Guadalupe, okay? It says here, it's in Spanish, so aguántense. I want to read this. That's a lot. Matter of fact, let me just get to the point. I'll skip this. I just want to get to the point, family. Page 55. Watch what it says here. Okay. I read this to you before, but now it's going to connect, okay? La lucha contra la supervisión. This is page 55. Quetzalcoatl y Guadalupe, okay? La lucha contra la supervivencia idolátricas o su rebrote ofensivo se asemejó por sus fines y sus métodos al combate librado por los inquisidores de la península contra la herejía. El primer obispo de México, el franciscano Fray Juan de Zumarraga, parece haber dado prioridad a esta tarea de inquisidor. Fue a sus ojos el complemento indispensable de su obra indigenista. Al mismo tiempo, le creaba el colegio de al mismo tiempo que creaba el colegio de Santa Cruz de Tlatelolco para instruir en la doctrina cristiana, meaning the Christian Compendium, right? A los hijos de los caciques indios. Zumarraga perseguía a los caciques apóstatas, vueltos después de bautismos a su idolatría nativa. Gracias a eso disponemos de las actas de las declaraciones de los indios acusados por ese primer tribunal de la Inquisición, que comenzó a funcionar en 1536. La fe de los neófitos indios y su observancia a las disposiciones de la iglesia eran dudosas, pero el celo de Zumarraga lo llevó a exceso que, después que hizo quemar en público en 1539 al cacique de Texcoco y en 1545 el Jan Huitzlan, causaron la desaparición del tribunal hasta 1570. So this Zumarraga guy, watch what he says here. El historiador dispone pues de una perspectiva de cerca de 10 años que coincide con el ministerio de Zumarraga para estudiar las manifestaciones más o menos clandestinas del politeísmo mexicano. Excuse me. En Nueva España. Para el muy largo periodo siguiente, estamos reducidos. Well, I don't got to read all that. Here we see that he was literally in his spirit to get rid of anybody or anything that wanted to come back to that whole so-called history of ours, right? You think, well, it's not a big deal. Okay. History repeats itself, family. This is from a book. I'm so happy I got it. I'm so happy I got it. We're going to go to page 136, but it's called El Río, okay, by Wade Davis. This was printed, well, you see the author, 1953. Check this out. Let's go to page 136. So now we're going to find out this guy, what he did. So, we just read that he burned our gente. He would chase them and stuff, right? When you read history about this guy, they make it seem like, oh, he cared for the natives so much. He fought for their rights. Shut your ass up. He didn't fight for anything. This is what he did, fam. Guess what he did? This is what he did. It says here. We'll go here. Prácticas rituales como estas horrorizaban a los españoles. Poco después de la conquista. Hold on a second. Poco después de la conquista y en gestos característicos de la época, Juan de Zumárraga, el primer arzobispo de México, hizo registrar todo el país en busca de cualquier manuscrito o artefacto que contuviera información sobre las civilizaciones sometidas o de cualquier hereje que todavía practicara las antiguas creencias. Luego, en un orgía final de destrucción, en una hoguera alimentada tanto por seres humanos como por miles de textos religiosos, trató de eliminar la memoria de todos los antes transcurridos. Tales actos de violencia fueron comunes en México después de la introducción de la Inquisición de 1571. Y los indios que consumían peyote se contaron entre las víctimas. Basically, family, what he did is he made sure that he burned all the books. So this Zumárraga, not only did he say he saw the Virgin Mary, because that's what he says in page 113, which I was going to read, but I don't really want to. I just want to keep going. He's the one that said he saw the vision of the Virgin Mary. He's the one that said, listen, write that it was a native that saw it. He's the one that him and the so-called Jew came and brought a printing press in Mexico and made sure that there was nothing printed about the scriptures fully in our language. But Zumárraga made sure to destroy all of our history, all of our books, and only teach us El Credo, Padre Nuestro, Ave María, 10 Mandamientos, and El Rosario. Damn. And on top of that, family, on top of that, it's not even over yet. It's not even over yet. Check this out. You're going to remember this name. This guy here. This is on page 137, right next door, right? Las tierras de zarzas y mezquites, la rea mexicana, yuco y docenas de especies de cactus. El desierto era en la época de la conquista elementos naturales de los teochichimecas y los guachichiles, cazadores y recolectores nómadas, pueblos que según Sahagún habían usado el peyote durante cerca de 2000 años. De hecho, lo sabemos ahora por recientes descubrimientos arqueológicos. Los pueblos nativos de México han comido peyote al menos desde hace 7000 años, es lo que dicen. but I wanted to show you his name, Sagahun. Now, this guy, Sumarraga, burned these books. This guy, again, takes our scriptures, burns our history, teaches us a doctrine, and they make sure never to notice again by what? Giving you the Virgin Mary. You have to connect the dots, family. If you don't connect the dots, you'll never know what they're actually doing. Because now that you understand what transpired, now this starts to make sense. This is from the 10 Tribes of Israel found by Barbara Simmons on page, I believe, 7, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, page 7. It says this, just a couple ones. It says, Sagahun further complained that he was forcibly deprived of the very valuable paintings representing the great temple with the court by which it was surrounded, which he says was sent to Spain. Okay? Hold on a second. Let me magnify it a little bigger. Sent to Spain. It is very evident that everything in Mexico, calculated to draw attention to the ancient history of the country, more especially if connected with religious recollections, was carefully removed from notice immediately after the conquest, Inquisition. Pieces of sculptures were mutilated or buried. Paintings were burned. What did Sumarraga do? Burned them. Temples were edified. That's everything that we know of. It was Sumarraga that destroyed it. He was in power. He was in charge. And who helped them market and promote this? The printing moguls who are still in power. Who is the printing mogul? The media. Who runs Fox? Who's still promoting this crap? Who has kept doing it over and over again? This is a teamwork, family. It's not just one nation, Edom, what these damn Canaanites want to make you believe, because that's what they want to make you believe. Because the true Hebrew will look at it across the board. He won't just point a finger based on what he thinks is right. So now we understand connecting the dots, how and who burned, who made these laws, who actually said burn all of these things. Now we know Sumarraga had everything to do with it. He was the archbishop with help as well. Now we understand why these other the Maya conquistadors were complaining about these black padres. Now it makes sense. They were just there for puppetry. Now it says here, for their size, it was impossible to destroy, were suffered to fall into oblivion. The magnificent monuments of ancient art, such as the temples of Palenque and the place of Mitlan, were passed unnoticed by Spanish authors. Sagahun, when engaged in the compilation of his history after it had been taken away from him and again restored, received 3 cautions. First, to write nothing to prove that the Hebrews had colonized the New World. Secondly, to be guarded in what he said the devil had imitated. That's what he said. Had imitated God and taken himself a chosen people in the New World, right? And counterfeiting the rites and ceremonies of the Jews. You see what I'm saying, family? So instead of actually saying, yo, these guys are keeping the laws. No. It was Satan that gave it to them to make it seem like they were the chosen. From the get-go, they knew who you were. Thirdly, not to advance the hypothesis that Christianity had ever been proclaimed to the Indians or to treat too largely on the history of Quetzalcoatl. Family, I'm going to tell you this right now. I know for a fact that this name means a lot. It's pronounced different, though. And we're going to get deeper into that because, again, this is kind of like a whole, long course, a long class. Let's continue. It says, throughout the power vested is, let's see, verse, page, I think 10. Yeah, page 10. At this distance of time, when the state of the world is so different from what it was in the 16th century, it may not be readily conceived how easy it was for the Council of the Indies, through the power vested in it, of permitting or prohibiting the general circulation of all writings relative to America, to keep the rest of Europe in a state of darkness, respecting the history of the new continent. For 3 centuries, those who successively composed that council exercised their function as censors with the greatest vigilance. The greatest vigilance, family. Let's go to Psalms real quick. Psalms 5, verse 8. And it says here, it says, lead me, O Lord, in thy righteousness because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face, because now we understand that at every single step of the way, politically, socially, religiously, so-called, the enemy is there to catch you. For there is no faithless fullness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongues. Oh, feel bad for me. Please have empathy for me. Reparations, man. Please, por favor. Because, they enslaved us. Yeah, you guys were both at it. Destroy thou them, O God. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out of the multitude of their transgression. For they have rebelled against thee. Why? Because they went against his people. His people. So you guys remember Sumarraga, right? About him burning these books. Let's check this out. Let's remind ourselves here. Remind ourselves as to what's going on here. Okay? Let's go.
Books represent humanity at its best and its worst.
To burn books is simply a fundamental repression of ideas.
I mean, what can a book do, and why is it so dangerous that it needs to be physically annihilated?
What can a book do that has to be burned, destroyed, mutilated? That's right, brother. That's why he's a damn demon. Put the scriptures on fire, because they knew what was in there, and they knew who Quetzalcoatl was or is. Let's go. Look at that old saying, family. Where books are burned, in the end, people will be burned. Wake the hell up. Time to get your heritage back. You got to work for it.
Books represent humanity at its best and its worst.
To burn books is simply a fundamental repression of ideas.
I mean, what can a book do, and why is it so dangerous that it needs to be physically annihilated?
In 1933, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, called the Nazis for short, came to power in Germany and established a dictatorship under the leadership of Adolf Hitler. The Nazis intended to rearm Germany.
How is that any different, family, than when they came here in the first place? They burn our books, they destroy our history, they give us their doctrine, but yet this is no different? You guys treat this like, we're the illegal aliens. Like I said, I am sick and tired, and so should you be.
And to reorganize the German state on the principle that the German ethnic group or race was superior to all others in Europe. They suppressed all dissent within Germany, making it a crime to criticize the regime. The newly established...
And that's what they're trying to do right now. They're trying to pass laws that supposedly are against anti-Semitism. What a coincidence, right? Again, life repeats itself, family. And who's the one in charge of the media? Let's continue.
Ministry of Propaganda and Enlightenment set up various chambers to control specific aspects of German culture, such as art, literature, theater, film, music, virtually all forms of entertainment and all forms of dissemination of news. In 1933, in April, Nazi German students decided to organize a nationwide book burning program to eliminate foreign influence, to purify German culture as they saw it.
So you have committees of students meeting with professors together, deciding what categories of books in these university libraries would count as un-German. They didn't see themselves as suppressing culture, they saw themselves as advancing Aryan German culture.
Family, so they don't see it as a suppressing culture. They see it, or they see you as a non-advancing race. Who now they have to answer, well, who are we Semitic? Are we Hamitic? Or are we Japhetic? Now the question is that. I just wanted to show you a picture of the burning concept, family. The whole concept of burning books. This is nothing new. But guess what? They made it a big deal when it came to them. Yet they still know who they are. But when it came to us, they just spit you in the face. How's that so? We read now, for example, racist damn so-called Jews on national TV talking about you illegal aliens. This is the same man that passed these laws to separate children from parents. This is a so-called Jew. So if he's talking down to our people, what are we? Are we Semitic? Are we Japhetic? Or are we? Which one are we? Which one? Now you're going to have to answer. Listen to this disgusting man talk. And man, I'm going to have my way. Man, I'm going to have my chance with you. That's all I know.
President and former White House senior policy advisor, Steve, good to see you. Let me start.
Good to see you, Larry.
I've got a couple things for you today. Appreciate your time. Beginning on this border deal, quote unquote deal. I mean, why should anybody waiting for asylum or other so-called entry arguments, why should they wait in the U.S. where you're never going to see them again? What is wrong with going back to remain in a favorable country? For example, Mexico, okay? To me, that should be a Republican Senate requirement for anything that goes on. What do you think?
Without a doubt, the core demand of the United States Senate must be an end to all release of illegal aliens into this country to await some hypothetical future court date. This notion that the entire developing world across Latin America, across Africa, across Asia, have some sort of right to enter our country criminally in violation of federal law and demand transport to the destination of their choice.
Hey, how the hell did these guys end up over there in the first place? How did you guys end up in Palestine in the first place? Didn't you do the same thing? Isn't that what you did? You illegally went in there. I mean, what gave you the right to go in there? Why? Because so-called some gringo gave you the paperwork? Because they're not even, America is not from that land. What does America have to do with authorizing you guys to go in there? But yet you got the nerve to tell us some stuff like this? Supposedly, these are the people of the Bible family. These people killing over 18,000 Palestinians, passing laws to separate children here in the border, telling you you're the illegal alien. Once again, we are surrounded by those who hate us. So again, it goes back to the beginning. Instead of coming here, just listening, the first thing is disregard everything we go through, disregard everything I've showed. Doesn't matter, family. It doesn't matter. Let's continue.
Is the end of American sovereignty. This is a line Republicans must hold. If you enter this country illegally, you will not be released.
Why do they put our gente as illegal aliens? You telling me that white people don't come here legally? How did you get here, bald man? Dumbass face? How did you get here, old ass fart? How did you guys get here? Because your family's not from this continent. Now, we understand, family. It's a curse. I get it. It's a curse. But you want to know why I'm showing these things to you? I want to trigger you, man. Because you're either going to understand who you are or you're just going to stay asleep. You're either going to wake up or you're going to stay asleep. One of the two. Check this out.
¿Estás listo para las palomitas? Pues
So,
que empiece la función.
Copiando,
El gobierno de
plagiando a 3 científicos mexicanos. ¿Cómo la ven?
This guy, because he's the president of Argentina, and he's talking a lot of crap about our gente, right? So watch what they find. You see, this is what I'm saying, family. The scriptures say, you will expose yourself. You will cut your own tongue. Esau, Edom, your skirts have been exposed. You're no longer the people that you think you are. We're no longer asleep.
Mexicanos y mexicanas, el nuevo presidente de Argentina, Javier Milei, es un megacopión. Así es. Plagió a 3 científicos mexicanos. ¿Cómo la ven? En uno de sus libros más vendidos. Obviamente, pues haciendo mucha plata, mucho dinero. Pues sí, copiando, plagiando a 3 científicos mexicanos. ¿Cómo la ven? Miren, hasta el mismo el doctor Jalife, perdón, lo publicó hace unos días aquí en las redes sociales. Aquí.
It's funny, huh? He has a little cat thinking he's a Jew, but yet he's breaking the commandments at the same time. Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness. This is the same one that wanted to go pro-dollar, and they said no. Now check this out.
Devalúa un 50% más la moneda argentina. Y que, por cierto, también hay que mencionar, los Estados Unidos le dijo que no va a haber dolarización. Te lo repito, el gobierno de Milei acaba de devaluar la moneda argentina. Vale 50% menos que antes de que Milei fuera presidente. Digo, como dato. Y espérate, porque falta que privaticen todo.
That's why he dropped.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
That's why he dropped the value. Lower the money, lower the value enough to then privatize the whole damn country. Who's going over there? These people here. They're trying to make it their so-called second escape. They're so-called. Let me give you some little glimpse of two. Let's show you real quick, and then I'm going to show you a video. You guys can stick around if you want. Listen to this real quick, all right? Just real quick. Let's go.
Americano, hoy es un sueño al revés.
Sí.
Hoy el sueño americano se convierte en el nuevo sueño mexicano. El sueño de los ricos para explotar a los pobres.
Sí.
La pobreza que busca sobrevivir en Estados Unidos y en Canadá. Y los canadienses y estadounidenses que buscan explotar también o huir de las crisis económicas y buscar un refugio financiero. Adivinen ustedes en dónde. Bueno, pues precisamente aquí traemos esta primera nota y vamos a tenerla como contexto.
Ricardo vive con su hermana y 2 sobrinos en Phoenix y entre los 2 adultos apenas si pueden pagar el alquiler. Carlos, que vive solo en su apartamento en Los Ángeles, dice ya no podrá solventar el costo de la renta.
Pagaba $1,050, pero ahora quieren que les pague $2,100.
Los precios de alquiler son tan altos en todo el país que, según un estudio de Zillow, un trabajador de tiempo completo que gane el salario mínimo nacional de poco más de $7 necesita 4 trabajos o 3 compañeros de cuarto que ganen la misma cantidad para pagar un apartamento típico de 2 habitaciones, gastando un máximo del 30% de su sueldo en la renta.
Precisamente sobre esto y venir y rentar desde México.
Los estadounidenses eligen establecerse en colonias como la Roma.
A México, en donde no hay, por ejemplo, la zona de $3,000
más que el año pasado. Los estadounidenses eligen establecerse en colonias como La Roma, Condesa, Juárez y Centro Histórico.
Sí, por ejemplo, aquí dice Mr. Simón que él vive en el área de San Francisco. Dice, claro, aquí en el área de San Francisco la renta de un apartamento con un cuarto y un baño sale arriba de $3,000 al mes.
Imagínate,
Sí.
$3,000, pero esta es una cifra impagable hace unos años.
I hired Sean here a few months back.
Wherever they go, man, you guys are just make it really, really hard for other people, family, and this because this is a plague. They're a virus. That's why eat them. It's gonna get what they deserve. Let's go.
Los gringos saltan el muro para vivir el sueño mexicano. Veamos.
Esto es Mate con México.
Por si acaso y algún día a Donald Trump, mejor conocido como el pelos del lote, se quiere retirar a un paraíso tropical, México es una opción. Le van a dar la bienvenida, eso sí, que llegue legal. Muchos estadounidenses han encontrado en esta tierra el sueño mexicano, llegar a vivir, ya sabe, siendo el patrón. Alberto García, adelante.
Miles de ciudadanos estadounidenses viven de manera ilegal en México. Sí, ciudades como Puerto Vallarta, Mérida y San Miguel de Allende son atractivas para un determinado grupo de jubilados que quieren vivir cómodamente la última etapa de su vida. En el municipio guanajuatense, ubicado en el centro de México, este sector equivale al 10% de la población que ahí habita y que va en aumento.
Tenemos alrededor de 62 nacionalidades viviendo aquí, la mayoría de ellos estadounidenses.
Participan en varias y diversas actividades, aportando al motor económico, educativo y cultural de la zona.
Yo tengo una escuela de cuarto oscuro y enseño a adolescentes cómo es fotografía clásico.
Hay una hora feliz de 5 a 8, que es cuando vienen a reunirse aquí toda la mayoría del vecindario local de aquí, de extranjeros.
Las calles empedradas, el colorido de sus casas, la iglesia estilo gótico, pero principalmente el clima, son los principales atractivos de ciudades como esta.
San Miguel es muy simpático.
Es perfecto. Clima, personas, de comida, todo.
La mayoría de ellos tienen más de 6 meses en piso mexicano, por lo que su estancia en nuestro país es ilegal. Por el momento el gobierno mexicano no pide regularicen su situación y solo algunos pagan una multa insignificante. Lejos de ser discriminados o perseguidos, son recibidos y atendidos de buena manera. Desde San Miguel de Allende, Guanajuato, Alberto García, Noticiero Cierre de Edición.
You see that, family? You see that? Instead, when they come here, right? When we come here, what do we get? What do we get? Like I said, will the grapes gatherer ever leave some behind? You just can't stay put, man. Just got to go everywhere. Damn termites, bro. Family, listen. This is going to go on now at this point. I'm going to switch over, and I'm pretty much done at this point with this class. Hope it was edifying. But I got this one to consider. I've been waiting to show y'all, and it's going to connect the dots at the end. Again, this is from someone else. It's not me. Zionism, the Vatican, and the quest for the new Atlantis. That's what it's called. Stick around. I think it'd be interesting. Take notes. There's a lot of information in here. I'll be watching, but at this point, I'm just going to step back now, okay? I went 2 hours. That was my goal. My goal is to at least do 2 hours minimum, see what comes out of that, and then I'll throw in an extra thing in there. But some days I'll go 2, some days I'll go 3. But again, I'm going to try to stay within 2 hours of real time, me doing live. And then I'll throw in one before, or every now and then I'll do a recorded, all right? Anyways, appreciate y'all. Shalom. And by the way, the name that I want to present to y'all is this one. This one. And it's pronounced Yahoo. 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 Okay? Yahoo, family. Stick around. Let's go.
Which sounds more like Nazis? National Socialists or National Zionists? Where does the Z in Nazi come from? Socialists or Zionists? As usual, the evil is hidden in plain sight. And as Britain's first Prime Minister so rightly noted, the world is governed by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes. Guess who made the Holocaust possible, friends? It's not who you think. Guess who funded the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917 and the rise of Hitler and the Third Reich? American banks. Did you know Hitler's quest for a German master race of superior beings also called for a new world order? There are many precedents to Hitler's genocide of the Jews. Lenin and Stalin's terror famines, the extermination of Armenians by Muslim Turks during World War I, the brutal reductions of native peoples colonized by Europeans, beginning with the Canary Islands in 1478, and continuing in the Americas, Australia, Asia. These genocides continue with scant media coverage. In Africa, the World Health Organization vaccination depopulation agenda has continued since 1974, when Henry Kissinger issued Memorandum 200, stating that depopulation of the Third World was a top national security priority. Today, Muslims are slaughtering, beheading, and crucifying Christians as young as 12 years old, and Muslims, moderate Muslims, as well. In Africa and the Middle East, we've had beheadings in our own country, yet they are not called Islamic terrorism. Islam's not mentioned. It's called workplace violence. Why? And with all of these genocides going on in Africa, the Middle East, of Christians, the Vatican is quiet as a church mouse. Why? In 1933, Adolf Hitler, a former Catholic Satanist, justified his anti-Semitic policies to the German Catholic hierarchy on the grounds that he is only treating the Jews the way the church has treated them for centuries. He correctly reminds the prelates that the church has regarded the Jews as dangerous parasites and pushed them into ghettos for 1,500 years.
Munich in 1918 was the scene of enormous upheaval. Germany had emerged defeated from the First World War and was going through a social crisis. This upheaval led to a revolt against the government. Kurt Eisner, a journalist of Jewish origins, and his Social Democrat followers carried out a bloodless coup with the support of the Imperial Army. Ludwig III and his family were sent into exile. Eisner became Prime Minister of the new government. However, those who imagined that this revolution, achieved without bloodshed, would bring stability to Germany were sadly disappointed. A secret society called the Thule Society became the new government's first enemy. This was a deeply racist organization which took its name from Thule. In Nordic mythology, the legendary kingdom whence came the ancient Germanic peoples, and was founded in 1918 by Rudolf von Sebettendorf. In setting up the Thule Society, Sebettendorf's racist ideas had been shaped by three ideologues who had devoted themselves to mysticism: Madame Blavatsky, Guido von List, and Adolf Lanz. Madame Blavatsky developed a theory that the Aryan race, which she believed to be the ancestor of the German people, was an allegedly superior race. According to this theory, one civilization had ruled the world thousands of years before the civilizations of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. Atlantis. Blavatsky thought that this people were members of a very noble and pure race, but that they had been wiped from the face of the earth by a volcanic disaster. In her view, Those who survived the disaster were scattered all over the world, as a result of which the Aryans intermingled with other races. In order to find evidence for her mystical myths, Blavatsky traveled as far as Tibet and studied Buddhist priests. One symbol she used on the cover of her book, The Secret Doctrine, was particularly striking: the swastika. Guido von List thought along the same lines as Blavatsky. In his view, the German race were actually the representatives of the so-called Aryan race suggested by Blavatsky. List also came up with another claim. Throughout the course of history, there had been secret societies which sought to continue and protect the culture of the Aryan race. The Freemasons, the Knights Templars, and the Rosicrucians. Suggested by Blavatsky. List also came up with another claim. Throughout the course of history, there had been secret societies which sought to continue and protect the culture of the Aryan race. The Freemasons, the Knights Templars, and the Rosicrucians. In 1912, he founded a secret society, similar to Freemasonry, called the German Order. List died in 1919, but he left behind an admirer who would continue his ideas with the greatest zeal: Master of the German Order, Adolf Lanz. In 1899, Lanz had founded a cult known as the New Templars and declared himself to be the Grand Master. Thus it was that he combined the characteristics of the Knights Templars with zealous racism. In 1905, he began publishing the anti-Semitic magazine Ostara to spread his racist ideas. In one article, Lanz claimed that members of the master race sat differently from other people, and even had a different foot structure. According to Lanz's superstitious belief, there was a so-called fight for survival between yellow and black, a struggle which yellow had to win at all costs. Right from the first edition of the magazine, Sebattendorf, the future founder of the Thule Society, was there among his followers and the proponents of the ideology he had infected them with. Sebattendorf, a member of the German Order, was a Freemason. Thus it was that mysticism, racism, admiration for old pagan cultures, and a hierarchical organization similar to that of Freemasonry all came together. In effect, this was the birth of Nazism.
Another Luciferian component of the rise of the Third Reich was the Vril Society, or the Luminous Lodge, which combined the political ideals of the Order of the Illuminati with Hindu mysticism, theosophy, and the Kabbalah. It was the first German nationalist group to use the symbol of the swastika as an emblem linking Eastern and Western occultism. The Vril Society promoted the idea of a subterranean, matriarchal, socialist utopia ruled by superior beings who had mastered the mysterious energy called the Vril Force. This secret society was founded literally on Bulwer Lytton's novel, The Coming Race, 1871. The book describes a race of men physically far in advance of our own. They have acquired powers over themselves and over things that made them almost godlike. For the moment, they are in hiding. They are said to live in caves in the center of the earth. Soon they will emerge to reign over us, quote unquote. one of the world's greatest rocket experts, Dr. Willy Ley, who fled Germany in 1933. Dr. Ley said the Vril Society, which formed shortly before the Nazis came to power, believed they had secret knowledge that would enable them to change their race and become equals of the men hidden in the bowels of the earth. Methods of concentration, a whole system of internal gymnastics by which they would be transformed. These methods of concentration were probably based on Ignatius Loyola's spiritual exercises. The Jesuit techniques of concentration and visualization are similar to many occult teachings, especially in the shamanic cults and Tibetan Buddhism. The Nazis revered these Jesuit spiritual exercises, which they believe had been handed down from ancient masters of Atlantis. The occultists of the time knew that Ignatius was a Basque, which some claimed that the Basque people were the last remnant of the Atlantean race, and the proper use of these techniques would enable the reactivation of the Vril force for the domination of the Teutonic society and race over all others. The Vril society believed that whoever becomes master of the Vril will be the master of himself, of others around him, and of the world. The belief was that the world will change and the lords will emerge from the center of the earth. Unless we have made an alliance with them and become lords ourselves, we shall find ourselves among the slaves, on the dung heap that will nourish the roots of the new cities that will arise. Enlightens the coming race, the subterranean people use the Vril force to operate and govern the world. Served by robots and able to fly on Vril-powered wings, the vegetarian Vril-Ya are by their own reckoning racially and culturally superior to everyone else on Earth, above or below the ground. At one point, the narrator concludes that the Vril-Ya are descended from the same ancestors as the great Aryan family, from which in varied streams have flowed the dominant civilization of the world. Remember, the Queen of England and the British royal family are really German. Their name is Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. They changed it around the same time all these secret societies were being put together in Germany here, before World War, or right after World War I, with the rise of what would be the Nazis. The British royal family changed their name to Windsor because they are German. This is not to be questioned. It's the truth. They did it because of the world outcry against Germany at that time that was created. So it wasn't good PR, so they changed their names so that they wouldn't get heat for being German, ruling Britain, but being German, of a German royal blood lineage, actually, from Bavaria. Is it all coming together, all these coincidences? We can look back at Queen Elizabeth's husband, Prince Philip, was a Nazi, and others were Nazis. I'm not making any of this up. Now, I have links to all of these sources and the books at my website, howardneiman.com. That's accompanying. There's a link to this article that you can find at howardneiman.com in the description of this video as well. Now, the Vril force, or Vril energy, was said to be derived from the black sun, a big ball of prima materia, which supposedly exists in the center of the earth, giving light to the Vril-Ya and putting out the radiation in the form of Vril. The Vril society believed that Aryans were the actual biological ancestors of the black sun. This force was known to the ancients under many names. It has been called Chi, Ohas, Vril, astral light, Odic forces, and Orgon. In a discussion of the 28th degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish rite of Freemasonry, called Knight of the Sun, or Prince Adept, Albert Pike said, and I quote, "There is in nature one most potent force by means whereof a single man who could possess himself of it and should know how to direct it could revolutionize and change the face of the world." This is the force that the Nazis and their inner occult circle were so desperately trying to unleash upon the world, for which this is the force, ladies and gentlemen, that the Nazis and their inner occult circle were so desperately trying to unleash upon the world, for which the Vril Society had apparently groomed Hitler. A manifestation of the great work promulgated by the adepts of secret societies throughout the ages, the Vril Society latched onto a very old archetype already in the minds of alchemists and magicians, which was only reinterpreted by Leighton in the light of the age of occult revival and scientific progress. The idea of mutation and transformation into a higher form of a god-man was envisioned through the Vril-Ya in Buller Leighton's The Coming Race. Leighton himself was an initiate of the Rosicrucians and was well versed in the arcane esoteric philosophies and, of course, the greatest advances in science of his day. Through his romantic works of fiction, this is a quote, Through his romantic works of fiction, he expressed the conviction that there are beings endowed with superhuman powers. These beings will supplant us and bring about a formidable mutation in the elect of the human race. That is another quote from Morning of the Magicians by Jacques Bergier. So, as we move along here, it's still a lot to cover. I mean, a lot. Please stay tuned. This is important information. It's all verifiable, it's all documented, and it's all true. All we have to do is put the pieces together, and we know who to point the fingers at in the New World Order today, because this will affect you. Whether or not you believe this or I believe this, the people in control of the world, the power people, the money people, the decision makers, believe it and live it, and are working to create this new Atlantis, this new world order. Now, the idea of mutation and transformation into the higher form of a God-man is very dangerous. The moment we speak of an elect and illumined class, which is above the general populace, you inevitably encounter racism and classism as we see today. Everyone's screaming about the rich people, but they don't realize that they're really targeting poor people compared to the rich people, targeting people like Trump or people like Bill Gates or Warren Buffett, I mean. Are you kidding? These people are peasants compared to the personages that control things behind the scenes. Quote, "We must be aware of this notion of a mutation," Bergier warns. "It crops up again with Hitler, and it is not extinct today." And that's my warning to you. These quotes by Bergier and Paul Wells were written in the 1960s. But today, the philosophy is, sadly, once again in the forefront of popular culture. The New World Order is under direct influence and guidance of the New Age movement, a hodgepodge of occult doctrines and dangerous socialism, which hides under a cover of spiritual enlightenment. Theosophy is considered the main foundation, and its founder, Madame Blavatsky, was a great admirer of Leighton's In the Occult Conspiracy. Michael Howard writes about the compatibility of the two philosophies. Quote, "Blavatsky had read Bulwer-Lytton's novels and was very impressed by their occult content, especially Zanoni and The Last Days of Pompeii. The latter was published in 1834 and dealt with a time between early Christianity and the mysteries of Isis in Italy in the 1st century AD. Blavatsky's esotericism was virulently anti-Christian. The racial ideas of Madame Blavatsky concerning root races and the emergence of a spiritually developed type of human being in the Aquarian Age were avidly accepted by the 19th century German nationalists who mixed theosophical occultism with anti-Semitism and the doctrine of the racial supremacy of the Aryan or Indo-European peoples," end quote. So we can see this connection. We can see this today, how they're using these deceptions to bring about this New Age movement. This do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, this perceived fairness and equality and all of these leftist ideologies. No different. It is the same order. It is the same agenda that led to the rise of Hitler, that led to the Bolshevik Revolution, that led to all of the conflicts before and since.
The ideology of the Thule Society was built on resurrecting pre-Christian pagan German culture. Within that ideology, the elimination of non-Aryan races assumed a similar importance. Heading the list were the blacks, gypsies, and Jews. These words from one of the Thule Society's publications are an indication of this. "Arrest the Jews, that will bring peace to our country." That is why the Thule leader Sebottendorf refused to accept the chancellorship of Kurt Eisner, one of the Jews he regarded as the eternal foe. He stated this quite openly. "Yesterday we witnessed the destruction of all that we believe in and attach importance to. Instead of princes with whom we share a blood bond, our deadly enemies rule, the Jews. We cannot know what will be born out of such chaos. So long as I hold the iron hammer, I shall lead Thule to war. Our discipline is Germanic discipline, and Germanic means nobility. Our god is Walvather, our emblem is Aryan, the first flame, the sun, the eagle. From today our symbol shall be the eagle. It will remind us that we may have to die if we are to live."
Now take notice to the previous mention of the sun in the video presentation. Sun worship plays a significant role in these Luciferian secret societies, and the sun god has many names. You'll find this also in movies. Constantly, Hollywood is using references to this Luciferian doctrine. It is all part of the conditioning, similar to the conditioning that Hitler and the Nazis put the German people under, accepting the pagan Satanists, basically turning the people into willing participants in Satanism, or Luciferianism is really what it is. Lucifer is what they believe is the true one and only God. Lucifer and Satan could be considered two separate entities or one, depending upon your point of view. In essence, it is the epitome of evil, and they believe it to be good. They believe the end justifies the means, so long as they achieve their goal of this new Atlantis. So take notice of the mention of the sun. Secret societies worship the sun. They've been in many examples of this, shown in our own pop culture. Symbols of the sun. It's ancient and goes back millennia to this dawn of time. Humankind, I should say. Now, the sun god has many names: Atum, Horus, Ra, Osiris, and Lucifer, the light bearer, son of the morning star. All of these combined beliefs make up the Luciferian doctrine. The true rulers of our world believe that Lucifer is the one and only true God, that Satan was unjustly cast out of heaven by a cruel and vindictive God who denied Adam and Eve the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, denying them the fact that they too could become gods. And this is what these Gnostic Luciferians are working to build. This is the New Age. This is the great work. The New Age, the Age of Aquarius, the Age of Enlightenment. This is what they believe, and this is what they're working for. Did you know that Hitler was a member of the Thule Society? And G.W. Bush, and G.H.W. Bush, and Prescott Bush were all members of Yale Skull and Bones, which are both Bavarian German secret societies, both Skull and Bones and Thule Society, and they are both known as the Brotherhood of Death. The Thule Society and Yale's Skull and Bones are both Bavarian secret societies. They are both known as the Brotherhood of Death, and they work, as with all secret societies, for the same goal of creating what they perceive to be a utopian world through secular humanism. A new age, this whole new age movement, with the crystals and all this other Gaia religion. A new Atlantis for a new age, where through science and intellect, mankind itself will evolve into God. So we will become God. That is what they're working for. You must understand that these are just two of the many secret societies that are all part of the same order, and they are, indeed, working for the same goal. In Freemasonry, it is called the Great Work. These facts and correlations are scant recorded in history books and virtually absent from the discussion of the Nazis and the Holocaust. Here are just a few examples. After forcing many Jews to be baptized and then referring them as Marranos, which is swine, after an inquisition of which some 700 Marranos were burnt at the stake for showing signs of Jewish taint, Spain expels all Jews from the country. In 1492, the same year, the New World was found. Okay, the New World was created. The same thing's happening. In 1485, 1497, and 1519, Jews are expelled from Warsaw and Krakow, Poland, then Portugal and Regensburg, Germany. 1555 to 1559, Pope Paul IV restricts Jews to ghettos and decrees that they are to wear distinctive headgear. Does this sound familiar? In 1566 through 1572, Pope St. Pius V expels Jews from the Papal States, allowing some to remain in Rome's ghettos and in Ancona for commercial reasons. In 1592, Pope Clement VIII includes a ban on all Jewish books in the expanded edition of forbidden books. In 1826, Pope Leo XII decrees that Jews are to be confined to ghettos and their property is to be confiscated. Well, where did I hear about that? Some 100 years later, 115 years later, 112 years later. Also, up until the 1930s, the Jews that were in the Vatican area were confined to Rome's ghetto. It wasn't the Vatican. Again, the Vatican wasn't created as we know it today, called the Vatican City, until the city-state was established in 1929. History repeats itself, as it is repeating itself today in yet another form. Did you know that Hitler's New World Order is the same New World Order called for by George H.W. Bush on September 11th, 1990? And it's the same New World Order called for by Pope Benedict and now Pope Francis. Speaking of the New World Order Pope, did you know Vatican City is a city-state surrounded by Rome? London and Washington, D.C. are also city-states. They are actual foreign sovereign countries to the land they occupy. That's right. Washington, D.C. is a separate country. It's not part of the United States. It is owned by the same personages behind the scenes that no one knows about that owns the Vatican and London. These black nobility, the families of the wealthiest of the wealthy. Vatican City was founded on February 11, 1929. Italy is the headquarters of the Roman Catholic Church. It is home to the Pope and the wealth and culture of the Holy Roman Empire, including a treasure trove of priceless iconic art and architecture from ancient Roman sculptures, Renaissance frescoes to the Sistine Chapel, whose ceiling was famously painted by Michelangelo. Are you aware that both the Old and New Testaments we know today have been altered by Gnostics in Alexandria, Egypt, who corrupted the biblical scriptures? Are you aware of that? Did you know that as the Roman Empire was falling, Constantine became a Christian while still secretly worshiping the sun god Sol, also known as Baal? He issued the Edict of Milan ordering a tolerance for Christians. Constantine baptized his troops and presided as the first Summus Pontifex, the official title of the Pope. Roman Catholicism transferred occult Baal worship into an already corrupted Christianity, bearing a mixture of witchcraft, Judaism, paganism, and perverted Christianity. To stamp out the spiritual rebellion of Martin Luther and the Protestantism movement, Pope Paul III ordered the founding of the Order of the Jesuits as an intelligence network and secret militia of the Vatican. To this day, the superior general of the Jesuits, the Black Pope, remember the black nobility, the Black Pope, is the mysterious man behind the Pope. It is he who has the ultimate power in the Vatican.
Here we're seeing the so-called white man accepting and embracing that their Christian doctrine, because all of a sudden now they're not part of them. Now they want to be with us because, you know, it's bad now. When things were good for them, we weren't included. Now all of a sudden now we're wanting to be included. So as you can see, he has the Pope here, but he should have put a black and white Pope because those are the facts. Their origin, Christianity, originates from the lineage of Ham. It is all connecting that's all connecting now. There's no more deception. It's very clear now, because we used to hear all of this conspiracy so-called theory, right? But there is no real sincere Bible connection to it, or historically how we even involved in all of this. But we're fully involved in all of this because we're watching them for what they truly are, and they're losing ground as to who they are. Now that's why they want to join quote unquote forces and say, oh, it's all of us against them. No, you're just collateral damage, and you're finally figuring it out. Too late, suckers.
The Jesuits helped develop many cults, Freemasons, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, Christian Science, and many others to serve the interests of the Vatican. Did you know Pope Francis is a Jesuit? As Hitler rose to power, he made a deal with Cardinal Pacelli, the future Pope Pius XII, that had devastating consequences, as did the role of the judges, scientists, academics, who individually and collectively made deals with and took benefits from Hitler. The founder of the Lutheran Church, Martin Luther, was a virulent anti-Semite, much quoted by Hitler. In fact, the Nazis scheduled their Kristallnacht purge in honor of Martin Luther's birthday. In his 1543 book, On the Jews and Their Lies, Martin Luther described the Jews as a base, whoring people, that is, no people of God, and their boast of lineage, circumcision, and law must be accounted as filth. They are full of the devil's feces, which they wallow in like swine.
Now, remember, this is the guy that was the one that printed that Lutheran newsletter. It wasn't him, but it came from him, from their teachings. They were the ones exposing how Sumarraga prohibited the printing of the Bible. And earlier in this video, I showed you guys, or in the class, how Sumarraga was also working with this Studberger guy kind of concept, right? And who was he? All of these so-called Jews. So don't be fooled, and don't even doubt that these people that want to create us against them concept are probably Jesuits, people connected, really involved, or part of this whole Freemasonry concept. Remember, family, we're dealing with principalities and powers. These people, these other nations, when you see them in the flesh, they ain't shit. It's really the power behind them that we need to be mindful of. All right, let's continue. And matter of fact, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Because I kind of want to stay in the same vein. So let me show you this real quick. Give me a second. Yep, it's this one. So we're going to talk about the same topic, same vein, same line. It's the same. Well, let's put it this way. This one's called The Woman with the Torch. So we're not getting away from this now. We're gonna keep touching on this actual wound here. Remember the scripture yesterday? The second beast that was revived because it was once wounded. Okay? We're dealing with it again.
Hopefully this is working now. All right, I think this is working today, huh? Hey, shalom, gente. What's up, man? Academias, buenos días. Melishiva, if you're still there. What's up, Rick? Quam, all will be revealed. Okay, man. Good to have you here, guys. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting today. Something like that, not entirely. Black if you're not Israel, it's okay, but why? Let me read that. Forget welcome at Black Conquistadors and Edomites. We not Israel, that's okay. But why does it bother you that we bring up your shit? Black Conquistadors existed, that's a fact. Yep, true that. Very true. Very true. Very true. So look, listen, family, just to cover bases, I use this. I also use this. I've been using this lately. Somebody said, well, at least I heard it through the grapevine, little birds talking. That I might get some people might get offended because I use this. Well, and that's okay because that's why I use all these other translations because I'm not sticking to only one. I'm doing my best to understand as much as I can. I'm not trying to create any new doctrines in case somebody wants to come at you guys and says, "Hey, well, he's using the Kiana Creek." Yeah, I know what it is. I understand that. Anyhow, but a lot involved, man. Listen, I really don't know what else to tell you, but I am very thankful that our Father has blessed me with at least a little drop of His understanding, just even a drop. Man, that goes a lot much more further than all the other things. So anyways, I use this because it's very user friendly. So let me go to this scripture real quick, man. Let me go to this scripture and let's get going. First Esdras chapter 5 verse 73. All right, if you guys want to welcome with some scriptures, by all means, please do. Okay, it says, and by their secret plots. So that's why I have the picture. And by their secret plots. This is a plot right here, family. By these people here. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Khazars. Even Norman Chomsky, your own high scholar, has admitted it and has always, and it's never been an issue. You see, it's okay. You're a convert. We understand it. Even your own rabbi, who I've had, not here live, but I've showed on video. He admitted it himself. Yeah, there was two converts, Yemen people and Khazarians. The question is, why are you arguing about something that's not belonging to you? And then Why are you hiding so many things about you? I mean, I have a book pretty thick about Confederate Jews, so-called, they say. Freu Mitzvah, I don't even know how you say that. The woman with the torch. By their secret plots and popular persuasion. What's persuasion mean, family? Persuasion. It translates to the action or fact of persuading someone or of being persuaded to do something. And commotion. So by persuasion, and let's put it this way. Let me just get to the point, Rick. Okay, and just cut the class. How about we do that? Be patient, man. Shoot. Anyhow, and by their secret plots and popular persuasion and commotion. So we see that persuasions and commotions. What are we seeing right now? What are we watching nationwide and worldwide? Commotions by certain people. Both of these people involved, all three of them, matter of fact, you'll see it. And they hindered the finishing of the building of all the time that King Cyrus lived. So they were hindered from building for the space of 2 years until the reign of Darius. Now, my point here is how these people, the enemies, tend to apply secret plots, popular persuasions, and commotions. And commotions. And commotions. And commotions. So we see now one example of a popular persuasion. Freedom, liberty. That's what they say this so-called statue means. Some of you guys are on ahead of me, and then, it's okay. I don't mind. But I'm going to go a little deeper on y'all. Just a little deeper. Just a little deeper. It's okay, though. Just stick around. This is going to be a very entertaining class, honestly. I promise you. Because what you're going to find is it's related to this month, too. It's just amazing to me. Like, whoa. You would think, and this is why. And there's a reason why I chose this picture. Yes, some of you understand what this actually means. I'm thankful that you are on the same page. Thank you very much, my brothers. Right? Androgynous. Man, I can't even imagine that if that was that's real true. Anyways, the other word I want you guys to look up on your right now if you like. I'm not going to do it. Libertas. I'm going to touch on it later. You know what I'm saying? It'll come up. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me just talk about it now. Why don't we do that? So, just so you know, there's a few names under libertas, but libertas. Here's the image. So as you can see, ¿Quieres saber quién es libertas? I guess they speak Spanish. I don't know. Well, it's because it's spelled that way. So this is libertas. Libertas of Roma. She came in other forms, and I'm familiar with this because I used to do sculpting back when I was, it was a gift I've had since I was born. Not sure why. That's why I do completely agree with regeneration, family. I don't know where the hell I even knew any of these, but I was so very familiar with these sculptures, and it's just weird, man. Anyways, I'm not gonna base my doctrine on that stuff, but just letting y'all know, okay? Just my particular opinion on those matters. So we see here now there's a similarity, and we're gonna find out that I'm not exaggerating here, okay? We see a lot of similarities with these sculptures, and specifically this style, specifically for this reason. With the statue and standing up, 2 feet, one hand up. That is not a tradition. It's a kind of, like you say, Roman tradition, you could say. But the concept is the name and how we just all of a sudden relate that name to this statue here. Or this statue here. Right? In case you guys never seen it. Statue of Freedom, they call it. Right? Anyhow, let me go back. You actually look up Libertas. You get the coins. You see the similarity? There's similarity in this. And you're going to find out how it's not just me. Translate. Statue of Liberty is a gift from France to the United States. This is what she has in the book. July 4th, 1976. Now, it says Augusta Bartholdi designed the Statue of Liberty. It is a representation of the Roman goddess Libertas. So, okay, I'm not saying it. That's what technically the meaning of Libertas is. And by secret plots and popular persuasion, hey, but it's liberty, Lady Liberty. Send me your poor, your whatevers. You know what I'm saying? The most dirtiest bastards, they say, but we don't see that though. And commotions. Now, another case of how can I say this? Mishaps, because people that are like our own gente falls for these secret plots and popular persuasions and commotions and oh my God, I'm so happy, so thankful. They actually think that a nation who has never, this whole concept of equality has never been real, family. It's just, be mindful here, okay? And I'm going to show you from material of their own that they've even cleared that up in their own arguments, in their own political realm, in their own political arguments, right? First Maccabee 1:11 says, and in those days went there out of, Ishayahu, our people, wicked men and women who persuaded many, the rest of us, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us, for since we departed from them, we have not much sorrow, which we see that our people don't believe us at all. We man, shut up, man. Those are the real people over there. ¿Cómo puedes decir eso, mijo? Ellos son los verdaderos hijos de Dios. For real. For real. Now, I want to say this, and I know I kind of didn't want to, but you know what, man? This is my disclosure. I know I've showed you out before, but so because I mean, obviously, they're going to assume that this is all like anti-Semitic talk, right? Because what I'm going to bring out, and I'm going to relate certain things to certain people. Well, guess what? I guess you could say that if I wasn't of Shem. Okay, so I would like to share you, just for the sake of this popular persuasion, right? So, in case you guys are not familiar, and I've always told you guys can go ahead and find me on Facebook. I don't mind. But so you can just, in case there's got any wobbles here, and they're calling me a European. So here's my DNA sample. Recently 64% so-called Mexican. However, from the Americas, 92%, 91%. You go deeper into certain related origins that my bloodline may be from, because they go further into my DNA. So now, long term, from now until 2,000 years back, okay, or almost 1,800 years, generation to generation, it says my majority of bloodline shows 92% from the Americas here. However, it changes 77% Peruvian, 14% so-called Mexican, all right, and yada yada the rest. Now, when you look at the so-called DNA, now it says that my DNA originates from this land here, okay? My forefathers, this DNA shows that I'm from this region here. So for you guys that are saying I'm anti-Semitic, you can't do that. You can't say that because I'm from that region of Shem. So can't go around trying to block this channel or ding me for stuff or take views away because you don't like my truth, because you're going against me. So when you're talking about this channel, guess what? You're being anti-Semitic now. So you better watch what you're saying. Now, let me go further. You see different DNA samples, right? We see that. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Now, I fall under this RB1 haplogroup that happens to be from the Shemitic family. which speaks Hebrew, as well as some regions for Canadian language, Akkadian language, Phoenician, and Canaanite, meaning from that region, Afro-Asiatic. Let's go further. I'm going quick. Arabic, so-called Hebrew, Afro-Asiatic. Once again, all right? Go continue again. So as you can see, if you guys want to say about me, or saying that I'm anti-Semitic, or that I'm a European, and that I'm not a so-called person from this continent, you guys can all blow me. With all due respect. All right? So, enough of that. Just want to make sure my disclaimer. I want to read something to you from this book. This book I have here called Perils of America. Okay, this is the book that I mentioned to you guys, who actually admits themselves to be who they are. Okay, so now in this book here, Perils of America, Perils of the Republic. What am I doing? By Percy T. Magan. All right. Yeah, right. You 6'6" Canaanite. That's what I'm talking about, bro. I know, man. I'm so freaking tall. You know what I'm saying? So freaking tall, dude. Anyhow, it says The Perils of the Republic by Percy T. Magan. And there we see the eagle. Okay, so, let me get that before I kind of keep reading. Romans 3 and 3. For what if some did not believe? Man, really? You know what I'm saying? When somebody tries to tell you, family, for example, that you're not a people of the Most High, what are you doing with our book? For what if some did not believe? Go back to Christianity. You're a Spaniard. For what if some did not believe? Look at you. You look white. Shall their unbelief make the faith of Yahweh without effect? God forbid. Yea, let God be true, but every man a liar. As it is written, thou might be justified. Let me get that. Let me see. Let me justified. Hold on. Let me get it. I don't know if they finished. I don't think it did. Romans 3. It says, for what if some did not believe? Shall their unbelief make the faith of God without effect? God forbid. Yea, let God be true, but every man a liar, as it is written, that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings and mightest overcome when thou art judged. So, see, meaning do not fall because they don't believe you. Let them be justified on their own behalf, not on yours. You don't justify them, bro. No, you're probably right. Yeah, you're right. You guys suffered like more than we did. Shut up, man. Stop it. Wake up. Stop apologizing. I don't know why you guys apologize so much. Our Hampton needs to stop apologizing, man. They need to be apologizing to you guys. I'm not sure why you think they shouldn't. Okay? A nation of people, technically, who had an advantage over you, okay, should not have, or even in any doubt, be afraid of what their persecution shall be. You see, hey, man, everybody knows that for every loser, there's a winner, and for every winner, there's a loser. Well, quite frankly, yeah, there you go, bro. Well, I'm not that short. You know what I mean? I'm not that short. Come on, man. Damn, you swear, bro. I'm not that short. My oldest brother's 6'1", dude. But I'm not the tallest. I'm about 5'9", almost 5'9", man. Like, I'm not going to argue over a few centimeters and shit. Anyways, so on this page here, they make a very bold statement about themselves. This is page 154, okay? And it reads, hold on, let me make it more where you can see it. Okay, now that's too much. All right, here we go. Right there. Okay, here we go. We are not to doubt, but that providence had decreed. We are not to doubt, but that providence had decreed to the Romans the sovereignty of the world, and the scriptures had prophesied their future grandeur, but they were strangers to those divine oracles. And besides, the bare prediction of their conquest was no justification of their conduct. Okay? So it's meaning basically, in a nutshell, that the Romans had no clue that they were in the scriptures. that their fall was, prophesied. Okay. Then it says, but they were. I'm sorry. Although it be difficult to affirm, and still more difficult to prove, that this people had from their first rise formed a plan in order to conquer and subject all nations. It cannot be denied, but that if we examine their whole conductive attentively, or the whole conduct of attentively, it will appear that they acted as if they had a foreknowledge of this, and that a kind of instinct determined them to conform to it in all things. Now, what it's saying is this nation became what they become, or this nation became what they were because they had this innate like feeling of themselves that it had to be manifested, which is no different than what we see today. You see, this nation of people they know inside their spirit, family. I know they know. You think 1492 is something to forget about? You bring up 1776 all the freaking time. You tell me don't look back at your history, but you look back at your history every single freaking time. You have a statue, Lady Liberty, almost 100 years now, right? 100 and something. But I guess that is very inconvenient for you, right? Let me get that over here on this end. Psalms 37, 12 and 12. What is it? Psalm 37, 12. Where you at? Psalms 37. Hold on a second. Psalms 37, verse 12. It says, the wicked plotteth against the just and gasheth upon him with his teeth. You see? Just in any way, shape, or form to make sure that they get ahead of you and put you in any position whatsoever, because they know that the end is near. The Lord laughed at him, for he seeth that his day is coming. You don't think it's kind of like, it's like that fidgety nervousness of themselves. Hurry up, man. You know what I'm saying? Listen, when you hear somebody explaining themselves to you in this shape and form of way, it has to say something. Although it be difficult to affirm and still be more difficult to prove that these people had from their first rise formed a plan in order to conquer and subject all nations. It cannot be denied, but that if we examine their whole conduct attentively, it will appear that they acted as if they had foreknowledge of this. Who does that sound like? Bruh. What does that sound like? Sounds like these people here. 1492. Then now they're a great nation, an empire that rules the world. And you're going to find out that this is not what they kind of planned. This is not what they planned. Watch this real quick. Let's go to page 81 real quick. It's an interesting book here, family. Very interesting book. There it goes, right here. Okay, you went too far, Holmes. All right, so it says here, page 81, okay? Here it goes. Bruh, right? Today, this is page 81. It says, today this nation is in danger of abandoning the rock and settling upon this. Okay, so hold on. Let me read it again. Let me read it. Here it goes. Today, this nation is in danger of abandoning the rock and settling upon the sand. You see my point? The love of power. Oof. So prone to human breast is smothering priceless eternal principle. That's nasty right there. Lust of power is what you stand behind. From being a government of the people, which I guess you guys once were, even after stealing land by the people, so-called for the people, it is being rapidly transformed. No, it's already done. So you conspiracy theorists, you guys are stupid. It's too late. Vatos, locos. You guys are too late. It's too late. They already got you in trap. You're done. You're done. It's too late. Okay? This whole conspiracy theory shit, it's too late. You're the frog that is boiling and you don't even know it. That's how dumb you guys are. But yet you want to blame other people for the people, by the people who created you, your mindset, your assumption of things. Because all of this stuff that you guys are arguing about, this is all orchestrated by the very same people that turn it around on you. From being a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, it is being rapidly transformed into a government of some of the people. What did I just say? By few of the people. What did I just say? For all the rest of you fools. It's what it's called. This is imperialism as opposed to republicanism, and this is national apostasy. And isn't this what you guys keep saying? Nuke Hamas. Nuke Venice, nuke Mexico, nuke fentanyl, and the nuke towns in Mexico, just blow them up. Oh, and if any illegal aliens cross the border and they're passing by your ranch, just fucking shoot them. Why not? Just you know what I mean? And they call Donald Trump. Yeah, just call Donald Trump. Don't worry. He'll just pay for your damages. I mean, apparently that's what he's assuming and saying. Or no, DeSantis said, hey, you got the right to shoot them. So go ahead, because it's all based on the love of power. So at the end of the day, when you sit here and say that you are a Christian, but you know what, man? You're all fairy tale Christians, bro. From being a government of the people, by the people, for the people, you're no longer that anymore, man. Until summer of 1898, the world imperialism was but little heard from the lips of Americans. You see this?
Bruh.
Hold on a second.
Bruh.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Apparently, you white people and you black people forgot that this was not what it is today. All of a sudden now you want to tell us we get the fuck out of here, excuse my language, because we're beaners, wetbags, and spics, that we're not legal in our own continent where our bloodline has never... Do you want me to show you my DNA again? I have not left this continent at all. At all. Neither has my children. Neither will they leave this continent. My father and my forefathers have been here. Prior to the migration, we have been here. Where have you been? No, but again, you guys forgot. You have believed this whole soup of imperialism, and now you want to point the finger at the gente that actually got you to where you're at now. Don't forget, prior to 1763, Mr. Black Man of Florida, you were kissing ass and we were the ones helping you out. Yet you first helped them. That's why there's reasons why you don't see a lot of people in certain countries, because we know about you. And I'm going to show this too. Today, I'm going to show you too. Now, their atmosphere is fairly drenched with it. You see? America first. Fuck the rest of the world. Forget them. Forget them beaners and butts and spics. Who cares about those Mexicans? Yet, for ages, you guys have been buying products from Walmart, Target, $1 stores, you know, constantly at a cheap price. Where do you think that came from? And what do you think had to be done for it to be cheap for you? Someone had to starve for that to happen. It's called capitalism. It's called spiritual capitalism of Babylon. Now, a perfect wave of imperialism has swept over the land, and the desire of an imperial America or an imperial republic, as it has been styled, sits supreme upon hundreds of scores of souls. Exactly. That's why you think you have the right to say what you want to say. I'm gonna do the biggest deportation since Eisenhower. You mean Operation Wetback? You mean deporting 2 million or 3, or actually no, there's supposedly 12 million so-called illegals. Do you not know that you're going to probably add another 5 to that? So what happened to the children that you separated at the border? Almost 100,000 of them. Have you gotten those children back? Are you guys forgetting? I mean, did we just fucking go through that not too long ago? Deuteronomy 32:8. When the Most High divided the nations, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the nations according to the number of angels of God. Hold on. Let me go to that one, man, because there's more to it. Hold on. Hold on a second. Verse 7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy fathers, and he will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. Okay? So now, let me go up again. All right? Verse 5. They have corrupted themselves. Their spot is not the spot of his children. They are a perverse and crooked generation, which is why we're being told to remember our ways. Now, it says, verse 8, when the Most High divided the nations their inheritance, and he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. So, why, or let me ask you this. I'll give you an example. Do you think that this imperialist country, that their mentality of abuse benefited anybody outside of America? I mean, Donald Trump imposes sanctions on Venezuela 5 years ago. I guess when he ran, when he ran 5 years, the first year he came in. So I don't know how long ago. What, 5, 6, 7 years? 7 years ago now, right? Now we're seeing a constant migration of Venezolanos because of sanctioning done years ago. And then you guys wonder, well, no. Then you sit here and say, oh, these damn illegal immigrants. Back to your country. The country that you're absorbed its resources from. What means this wild bagel of tongues clamoring for subjects over which to exercise sway? What means this strange jargon formed from an old world monarchy vocabulary? Are men crazed with madness, sometimes begotten by the victory of arms? See this? Let me skip this real quick. Let's go to page 138. Hold on. Go here real quick. She got Ezekiel 2022. Let me see. Donald Trump opens his big mouth. Yeah, give me a second. Hold on. Ezekiel 22:28. Let me get that in a second. All right, bro? Let me put this out the way real quick. Hold on a second. You look for this page real quick. All right, it's over here. They basically are telling on themselves right here, fam. So just bear with me. Oh, man, hurry up. I went too far. All right, we're going to start at page 138. Okay, 138. Here it goes. I'll start here. From being a republic, Rome was converted into a military empire. The cause of this conversion is of remarkable interest to all the people of the United States. Now, you find it interestingly, and don't you find it funny, though, that they relate to each other? I'm not saying it. They are. This cause is well understood by all students of history and has been stated in a few masterly sentences by James Anthony Froude. He reads, in virtue of their temporal freedom, the Romans became the most powerful nation in the known world, and their liberties perished only when Rome became the mistress of conquered races, to whom she was unable to or unwilling to extend her privileges. If there is one lesson which history clearly teaches, is that free nations cannot govern subject providence. If they are unable to or unwilling to admit their dependence to share their own constitution, the constitution itself will fall in pieces from mere incompetence for its duties. Now, watch this. Rome became imperial because she was unable or unwilling to extend the privileges of her constitution to the nations which she conquered. This was the cause of her imperialism, meaning capitalism. The result to the Roman people themselves was that their own liberties perished in refusing the privileges of her constitution to the people whom she had conquered. Rome denied in fundamental law all law of her own governmental being, and nothing else could logically follow but ruins of her government, of her constitution, that is, the ruin of the Republic of Rome. Today, let me repeat that again. Today, the Republic of the U.S. is coursing over the same track to the same goal. But when the tape at the end of the track it's reached, The deadline of Republican life will have been passed. Now, this is a very scary thought, and it should scare the living out of all of you guys. Whether you are of, if you're counting on this nation, the nation is riding for a fall, just as certainly as did ancient Rome. Damn. Whew. Let me see that Ezekiel one. Give me a second here, real quick, bro. Let me see what you got. Ezekiel 22. What you got? 28. Let's see. And it says, Ezekiel 22:28. And her prophets have dubbed them with untempered mortar, seeing vanity, and divining lies unto them, saying, Thus say the Lord God, when the Lord had not spoken. You see, they cover it up with fake shit, basically. The people of the land have used oppression and exercised robbery, and have vexed the poor and needy. Yea, they have oppressed and the stranger wrongfully, which is a prime example of why these guys are admitting to themselves. We're in the course of falling. I mean, and that's why he's saying, if you who believe in the scriptures, you say you're Christians, oh, I love America, I'm Christian, then do you not know how history repeats itself and how the way that you treat a nation or a people? Like, for example, the scripture that you guys don't ever read in your churches for some reason, and it's right in your face. Revelation 13:9, it says, if any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity, 1492. He that leadeth into captivity, who financed 1492. He that leadeth into captivity, who helped the Spaniards in 1492. He that leadeth into captivity, who now owns territory and that is not part of this continent, that is still benefiting from the abuse, rape, pillage, and smallpox you guys brought to this continent. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. So clearly you don't read your Bible, because obviously your own famous writers understand your ignorance. That free nation cannot govern subject providence. It is now being ignored and scoffed at, as if it were the veriest fairy tale, totally unworthy of contemplation by the reflective and intelligent minds. It is now being seriously urged that this nation is not unwilling, but only unable to extend her privileges to the conquered races. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. It's very clear. So that's why I urge you, brothers and sisters, prepare thyself for temptation. What's the scripture? Sirach 2:1. If you come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. But remember the scripture. Deuteronomy 32:7. Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Ask thy fathers, and he will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. Stop believing the bullshit, man. It's time that you brothers and sisters start studying, okay? Forget this crap. There's nobody else here. There's no one else that's going to tell you who you are according to the scriptures or according to your understanding. You're going to have a lot of people here with stupid-ass conspiracy theories. A bunch of, let's say, ridiculousness in regards to, well, you know, the Bering Strait. And shut up. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. Let me, before I go into the video, let me see what you got real quick. Hold on. Sorry, bro. Hey, how you doing, brother? Yes, Shilem. Did you ever hear about the Cabbage Patch Baby conspiracy? Look it up. Well, I don't know if it's a topic, but I'll check into it while I'm watching these videos. Numbers 35:33. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are, for blood is defiled the land. You see that? Ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are. It is very clear that you guys are walking on cemeteries. How many children did they find in Canada? of our children, our native brothers and sisters. How many? A lot. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are, for blood is defiled in the land, and land cannot be cleansed for the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that is sheddeth. Oh, that's heavy, bro. You want to know something? Remember the scripture that talks about, and it's in Genesis, Abel's blood crieth from the ground? He crieth from the ground. You think that's why when people say, oh, abortion should be legal because there's no life in the little baby because it's only a few weeks old. Listen, the moment that thing touches with blood, which is how life is created, it's a life now. The life is in blood. The life is in blood. But what do you Christians know? You toss behind his laws. You don't care. I can't read all that. All will be revealed. Let me see if I can get into it. The rich are corrupt. The garments are beaten. Behold, I hear labor. You shall feed. Let me read 5 and 6. James 5:5. It says, ye have lived in pleasures on the earth and been wanton. Ye have nourished your hearts, as in the days of slaughter. Ye have condemned and killed the just, and doth not resist you. There you go, right there, bro. Let's see. It's about white babies growing with cabbage patches. That's why I asked. Oh, nah, I never heard of that. Check this out, all right? So again, remember the thought. Let's not forget. Stop following other people's so-called theories of who you are. Remember the days, Deuteronomy 32:7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy fathers, and he will show thee thy elders, and they will tell thee. All right, listen to this.
Temblores y los huracanes y los malos gobiernos. Y ya hay que mandar al carajo a esos que dicen que mantener costumbres, tradiciones, nuestra lengua es atraso. No. La civilización no nos la trajeron los europeos. La civilización ya se tenía en lo que es México miles de años atrás, antes de que llegaran los españoles, los europeos. Nosotros tenemos mucha cultura y mucha civilización. Es de los pueblos con más cultura. Por eso hemos resistido todas las calamidades. Por eso se han resistido los temblores y los huracanes y los malos gobiernos, la peste de la corrupción. Las pandemias, todo lo resiste el pueblo por nuestras culturas, porque eso es lo que nos da la fortaleza.
It goes also back to this whole concept that we're supposedly light-skinned because we mix with other people. Man, get the hell out of here with that shit. Y'all are stupid. Do you not see the actual sculptures clearly show? Plus, the material that the books itself express themselves clearly. Clearly. We were tanned, we were light-skinned, we were dark. We would use grease in order to tan ourselves and even some red shoot. And you want to know why I can speak boldly on it? Because I used to do it, and no one told me to do it. Guess what? It's a generational thing. It's in the spirit. You just don't know. How would you know? Leviticus 18:25. For the land is defiled, therefore I visit the punishment of its iniquity upon it, and the land vomits out its inhabitants. Man, you guys are actually on point of it because one of my last scriptures is in Habakkuk 2. So, I'm not going to read it. So please don't post it. Anyhow, let's continue, man. I got something more. All right. So look, I'm gonna say something to you guys. These are examples of slowly and surely you understanding. Listen, man. What we're being told, we were told one thing. We didn't really know what the hell that meant. And now, like I've been saying, the things that are happening over in Palestine, it's happening at a micro level, meaning like on a small scale, and you see it happening so fast, so quick, right? But now you're seeing it with let's say us here. Here, I'll just get up closer. And you see now that the same thing that he's going to say, right, that is happening to them, is exactly what happened to us. We just didn't see it as clearly. So watch this. So, Mr. White Man, you're going to have something to really think about after this whole Palestinian thing. Let's go.
The Jews have a right to Palestine. This is their land. Were they born there? Were they from Palestine? Can they trace their family back thousands of years? Can they point to a piece of land and say, my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather lived on this land and we have it in our family? I want you to watch a video and look at the names. Doc, okay, so there's Isaac Herzog, the president, okay. Benjamin Netanyahu from Poland.
Yes.
Next one, Joseph Gallant, he's from Poland. There's Smotrich, Ukraine. I didn't know he was Ukrainian. There's Ben Gvir, he's a nutcase, he's from Iraq. There's Eli Cohen, the foreign minister, he's from Morocco. There's Yair Lapid, the opposition leader, Serbia. Benny Gantz, the defense minister, he's from Hungary and Romania. There's Gilad Erdan from Romania. There's Mark Regev, Germany, Australia. What is Hatovli, Georgia?
Yes.
None of them are Palestinians. Right. None of them.
Oh, really?
None of them. They're all occupiers.
Really?
They're colonists.
No way.
They have gone to Palestine to colonize it for Zionism.
Doesn't that sound familiar? It kind of sounds familiar. Something that happened, I don't know, like around 1492? What you think? Exactly the same thing. And then it's the same people in this continent here of ours, regardless of where you say you're from, that keeps passing laws to tell our gente here that belongs in this land to leave. Passing laws for the same way. But you see, it happened on a very slow level. And we didn't see it because it took years, right? But now we're starting to see some clarity. We're starting to see some, wait a minute, hold on a second. You know, that sounds very similar to what happened to us, man. And see, before we didn't have any movies or anything to like express to us. So for example, every year, certain people have a Holocaust movie. Every year, certain people have a movie about slavery. Well, guess what? Now we get to see what it's like for a foreign nation, a foreign people, to come into your land and to take your shit and to blow you up and to take your women and your children and to kill the men, right? And then to move you out of the way because you're a savage, because you don't belong in this land, because we were chosen. That is exactly what the doctrine of discovery was about. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 20. Let's read that real quick. It says, the Lord shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke in all that thou settest thine hand unto for to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly because of the wickedness of thy doings whereby thou hast forsaken. Luckily, our Father had some kind of love for us, or else it would have been stuck being nothing but just hardly anybody here. The remnant was left. And look, and I'm gonna tell you something, family. I'm using these examples because two things. We don't know if our people are still there. I know we were scattered. I'm gonna show you a map. But at the same time, this is a good example for you to learn what happened to you and how they want you to forget about 1492, but 1776 is okay. Ye shall no more give, Exodus 5 and 7. Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick, as heretofore. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. So now we see people with the same mindset, the same attitude, getting rid of certain people in Palestine without giving a F what they're doing. The same concept here now. Passing laws in Florida and Texas, and forcing cops now to arrest people that look like me, because they can't determine that. I'm just driving around, and if you look like me in Texas, you can get pulled over. And they'll ask me, are you Mexican? Because if I was black or so-called African, they wouldn't pull me over. They wouldn't. Well, if I was white, because they wouldn't assume he wasn't illegal. Of course not. So let's make it worse for him. And the tale of bricks, which they did make thereunto, ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, let us go and sacrifice to our God. Let their more work be laid upon men, and they may labor therein. And let them not regard vain words. We've known historically how Yah had taken advantage of our gente, even to this very day. You complain about these illegals, they come in with low wages. They come in and ask for low wages, and that's why they're taking jobs from us. Yeah, but you want to know something? Some of these guys aren't getting paid, a lot of them, because you so-called U.S. citizens don't pay them because you know they're not legal, and they can't call the cops on you or can't sue you either, because then they'll, get arrested. Or you call the immigration on them. We've known cases like that. Remember what we talked about, unknown history of us. As we move forward, these little things, right? I want you to remember that these things were happening. It's not a joke, but it happened in a longer period of time. Here's an example.
What don't you understand? Are we putting missiles near the borders of the United States? No. It's the United States with their missiles coming to our home. They're literally on our doorstep. Is this really too much to ask? No more strike systems on our doorstep. What's so unusual about that? How would American people feel if we put our missiles on the Canada-US border, for example? Or if we put our missiles on the Mexico-US border? As though Mexico and the US never had any territorial issues. California used to belong to whom? And Texas? Have you forgotten? All right, it's quiet now. Nobody brings it up.
What was that other guy doing in the other video saying, oh, the Israelis went in there and they're foreign people. They don't even belong there. Well, guess what? How do you think we feel? Hopefully this makes more sense to you guys. Now, I need y'all to learn from the experience of the Palestinians to reflect on our history and how these very same people, the combination, are doing this to the, like, it doesn't stop. Like, invasion, and even if it's so-called talks about invading Mexico, y'all are still talking about that. I mean, hasn't it been enough? Stolen our people's past, stolen our people's history, stolen the territory. What do I mean by stealing? Oh, but trust me, believe you have everything to do with it. Don't blame it on the Spaniards just because Sumarraga was the one that decided. Burning everything about our historical facts, teaching us some stupid ass doctrine, not even teaching the Bible completely in its complete sense, okay? And then showing us stuff that is not even of the scriptures, making up fairy tale stories that supposedly Virgin Mary appeared to some guy in a shirt, when we know now it's a lie. Why did you evangelists or so-called Catholics make this stuff up? Now, how in the world do you not want to push this whole stupidity of the Great Commission? How? Matthew 28, the Great Commission, really? With guns and cannons and lynching and burning? Was that how you converted us? Which to me, I find very, very ridiculous to you that are in these rooms, both of them included, white Jesus, black Jesus, both of y'all. Both y'all are all dumb. I'm talking about my people. Lamentation 4:17. Because in case you don't know, you run from the white man supposedly because the black man understands your cause. But did you not realize that it was the white man and the black man that actually came and conquered these lands, and gave you smallpox? It was both of them. But what do I know, right? Lamentation 4:17. As for us, you dummies, as for us, our eyes are yet failed for our vain help. That's vanity. You see, vain help, meaning emptiness. There's not, the only reason you're interested is because of some personal shit that you just don't want to let go of. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us. For lust, for fear. Those are the worst two things that you can ever deal with. Lust and fear. Isaiah 1:3, it says, the ox knoweth his owner, and it asked his master's crib. You guys have read this before. It's very simple. Animals understand who their owner is, and animals understand where they live. But Israel does not know. My people do not consider it. No. And by walking around not knowing who you are, not reflecting on your past, not seeing what's going on, and looking at your history saying, man, that's relatively similar to what happened to us. Then you're going to go around like every other idiot. This is the one I'm looking for. Is this one? I can't remember which scripture I'm looking for. It's all good. Let's go back to Lamentation 4. Verse 18, it says, they hunt our steps that we cannot go in our streets. Our end is near, our days are fulfilled, for our end is come. Now, we know that with the whole immigration concept, we know who's passing these laws and we know who is in charge. Our persecutors are swifter than eagles of heaven. They pursued us upon the mountains. They laid wait for us in the wilderness. What's going on at the border? Do you not see in the videos? Are you guys lost in the sauce, not watching the videos? Do you guys not know that that's exactly what's happening? Waiting at the border, waiting to send for them to cross the actual, desert? It's exactly what's going on. Let me show you this real quick. This whole idea, and the class I did the other day, I told you guys about the privileges of some people and not some people. Stop believing this BS, family. Okay? Let's make it very clear here. All right? This is regarding Ricardo Rodriguez, but not necessarily him. When you guys get a chance, read this article. Okay? I'm going to get to the point. It says here, hold on. Here it goes right here. I'll just read it. In May in 1896, Ricardo Rodriguez entered a federal court in San Antonio, Texas, and initiated his application for citizenship of the United States, thereby requesting the right to vote. Since Texas declared its independence from Mexico and was annexed into the United States, Tainos did not qualify for American citizenship because due to an 1872 federal statute that ruled that only Caucasians and Africans could become U.S. citizens. What the hell is that about? But I thought you guys had it so bad. The more I look into this, the more I realize that there's a definitive example of certain people that claim to be treated like shit and certain people that are really being treated like shit. Okay? Pay attention.
When we look at the situation in Hebron.
That's Ori Gavar.
a former Israeli soldier who once patrolled this area. Now he works with the anti-occupation group Breaking the Silence, giving tours to show the reality of the occupation.
On that street, Palestinians are allowed to walk and open businesses, but not allowed to drive. The yellow street on the map is a street where Palestinians are only allowed to walk, not allowed to drive, and not allowed to open businesses. The street that we're heading towards, no Palestinian in the whole wide world can walk on those streets.
Why?
That's how we decided to control the Palestinian population.
So how did it get to be this way? Hebron is a city that both Jews and Muslims consider holy. In 1967, the Israeli occupation began, and settlers started moving into the heart of Hebron. But even then, Hebron's streets weren't segregated. In 1994, everything changed. An American-born settler entered a Hebron mosque with an assault rifle and killed 29 Palestinians. In response to this attack and the unrest that followed, Israel punished Palestinians, banning them from some of the city's most important streets.
صادر شارع الشهداء، هذا الشارع اللي كان يوصلنا مع كل العالم، هذا الشارع كان يعيش بالحركة، يعيش بالزوار، بالوفود من كل أقطار فلسطين، اليوم صفت كأنها مدينة أشباح.
Even Palestinians who live on Shuhada Street can't walk out their front doors.
We send Israeli soldiers to weld shut those front doors while everyone else who's not a Palestinian can walk freely. The segregated roads and the settlements, of course we call it apartheid. It's not even a question.
You know, I keep wondering, so who was the real Nazis in Germany? I mean, these so-called Jews, people that were supposedly suffering over there, they're acting just like them. And again, let's reflect on this, family. We're going back to this whole beginning. I showed you. So let me show you 3 examples, okay? First of all, we're going to go back to the point. See, we got to connect the dots again, family. There's a reason why all of these things matter. When they say this about the so-called Palestinians and that the Israelis are invading their land, well, what are we talking about here? Who is Babylon? Whose land did they take? Whose laws did they pass? What religion are we obligated to celebrate when we're obligated to have our days off? Listen, at every damn store, in every damn street, I see a tree, family. Exactly, bro. There he goes right there, man. Let's go. Listen to this.
The Jews have a right to Palestine.
Now, let's remember, connected. So, like, supposedly the Jews have a right to Palestine, right? So, do these people here that in this continent right now, do they have a right to America? Do you so-called white folks and black folks, you call yourself American citizens, do you have the right to this land? Who gives you the right? Just like historically, right? They're fighting historically for that land. Well, historically, we've been here. Historically, we've been here. So why the fuck is that any different? If you're letting these people fight for a land that they supposedly historically owned, why the hell are you claiming you're a damn Christian and you're breaking laws and commandments that literally say, do not move landmarks. Do not steal land. Do not steal people in slavery. And what do? The very same thing. Do not go and force people into your religions because that's what you guys said you weren't going to do. Let's continue.
This is their land. Were they born there? Were they from Palestine? Can they trace their family back thousands of years? Can they point to a piece of land and say, my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather lived on this land and we have it in our family? I want you to watch a video and look at the names. Doc, okay, so there's Isaac Herzog.
So again, he says, my great-great-great-grandfather owned this land, right? So he's saying, well, these guys are claiming that, but they're living in other countries, being born in other countries. Well, isn't the same thing happening here? Isn't the same thing happening here? You have people that live here, supposedly their great-great-grandfather. Oh, my grandfather came on the Mayflower. My great-great-grandfather came in 1850. My great-great-great-grandfather came in when I was a slave. Shut your ass up. You still aren't from this continent. The nerve of you. The nerve of you to sit here, criticize, oh, free Palestine. But you're sitting on a continent in a land that you stole yourself. That's pretty funny and ironic. Let's continue.
Herzog, the president, okay. Benjamin Netanyahu from Poland.
Yes.
Next one, Joseph Galant, he's from Poland. There's Smotrich, Ukraine. I didn't know he was Ukrainian. There's Ben Gvir, he's a nutcase, he's from Iraq. There's Eli Cohen, the foreign minister, he's from Morocco. There's Yair Lapid, the opposition leader, Serbia. Benny Gantz, the defense minister, he's from Hungary and Romania. There's Gilad Erdan from Romania. There's Mark Regev, Germany, Australia. What is her? Hatove, Georgia.
Yes.
None of them are Palestinians. Right. None of them. None of them. They're all occupiers. They're colonists. They have gone to Palestine to colonize it for Zionism.
I'm glad they're coming to their senses. Anyways, they probably won't. Let's listen to this, okay?
Well, there are two levels of discussion here. One is about the facts on the ground and what should be done with it. Turn to that in a minute. A second is questions of what terminology to use to describe what's happening. Here, you can decide that you are willing to live in a bubble as distinct from the entire world. You're free to do that. There are three notions that came up. The biblical rights, which have absolutely no status, none. Nobody in the world can say 2,000 years ago, here's my story of what happened, so therefore I have a right to do it now. You can't live in a world like that. Nobody in the world ever makes such a claim. You want to make it, okay, but then just admit I'm out of the world, distinct from the world. Now, yes, totally distinct. If you really want to play that game, the Palestinians have more of a right to claim to be descendants of the population from 2,000 years ago than I do.
You family?
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
So it's funny you guys want to go ahead and say, "Oh, sit in the street in the middle of the street," right? Or to pass stupid videos on Fox News and all your favorite Republican channels and say how bad Hamas is doing. Here you got a man that says you have no right to. Now, if you do want to use the Bible, then you're gonna get smacked in the face for it because he and we're gonna see why he believes this. Let's go.
If you really want to play that game, the Palestinians have more of a right to claim to be descendants of the population from 2,000 years ago than I do. My ancestors probably come from the Caucasus. Their ancestors come from Palestine. The Canaanim were correct about this. So you don't want to get into that game. Biblical rights have no status. Now let's turn to legality and occupation. There is 100% agreement among all relevant international institutions, not just the United Nations Security Council, including the United States in unanimous declarations, but the International Court of Justice, the World Court, the Red Cross, which administers the Geneva Conventions, Israel's own top legal authorities all agree that the Jewish settlements in the West Bank are in violation of international law. 100% agreement. Israel doesn't agree, fine. Israeli Jews want to live in some little bubble of their own, they're entitled to do so. But you can't overlook the fact that that every relevant international institution disagrees.
Oh, and again, the question now is in 1846 or 1848, when supposedly they used these laws against our people in government, or when they went to this U.S. Supreme Court and succeeded in taking this land by claiming the doctrine of discovery through the court system. So they use a religious argument to win a case in the court system here in this country. They're doing the same thing to them over there. They're using the Bible to justify a court legal procedure.
Bruh.
Ain't no different, man. Wake up.
On the question of legality. Same with occupation. Every relevant international institution recognizes that Israel is occupying not only the West Bank, but that it's also the occupying authority in Gaza. So as far as terms go, the correct terms are Greater Israel, Israel's illegal expansion into the West Bank. It's hundreds of thousands of settlers there. That's all part of a Greater Israel that Israel intends to integrate within Israel proper.
So I find it very interesting that the 13 colonies was exactly the same thing. They had agreed with Britain not to expand. But guess who was involved in these decisions? Masons, Jews.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Yeah, 1776 was written by Masonry. And who were involved? All those so-called Khazarian Jews. So now we know that you don't have no respect of a contract. You just want expansion and power.
And is developing the infrastructure and the programs to do so. There is no counterpart on the Palestinian side.
Here's his reason behind it.
Are you familiar with the Khazar? Are you familiar with the Khazar theory? There's a theory; it's widely accepted as anti-Semitic that Ashkenazi Jews come from the Khazars and they're not Levantine. But DNA tests.
It's not anti-Semitic. It's a question of fact. So Shlomo Hassan, for example, has argued that, I think probably exaggerated, but it's simply a question of fact. If my ancestors from the Ukraine have Khazar roots, changes nothing. I'm Jewish. My grandfather was Jewish. My family happens to have a story saying that we're descended from the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, that's part of the culture. Doesn't matter what the DNA shows. We live, this is a point that Ahad Ha'am made over a century ago in his lectures on the two Moseses. He says, yes, there's a Moses of history, who may have existed, may not have existed. There's a Moses of culture, and that exists as a cultural phenomenon. And it's the cultural phenomenon within our cultural tradition, whoever Moses might have been, if he even existed. Yes, that's true. We live in a world of cultural traditions. Makes no difference what the DNA says. So, okay, if the DNA says we're not descended from the Baal Shem Tov, hence back to King David, but we're descended from somebody in the Caucasus, makes absolutely no difference to our identity. We should stop this silly game altogether. It's maybe of some scholarly historical interest, but of no significance for the modern world. The modern world is the cultural entities that we're part of, okay? Social and cultural entities. And so we should throw all that aside. They can play with it in biology labs in Israel where they're intent on showing something absurd. But we live in this world with its own cultural, social, political structures.
So live with it, Beaners. You guys are Mexican, so that's it. That's lovely, isn't it? Isaiah 30. Let's go. Again, family, it's one of these classes. I'm going to go in and I'm going to go out, man. All right. Isaiah 30, verse 1, it says, woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord, that take counsel, but not of me, and that covers with covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin. Why am I reading that? Because guess what you guys do all the time? Guess what you guys do all the time? You believe these camps. You believe these BHIs. You believe Christianity. You believe Judaism. You believe Islam. As a matter of fact, in every single one of them, right? They want to jump on this game and the Khazarians aren't the real people of the Bible. Well, you Canaanites are not either. Oh, well, Christianity is the way to go. Yeah, well, guess what? You guys claim that the laws are done away with. Well, Judaism is the right way. Yeah, I don't believe in any Meshiacha. And Islam wants to always criticize everybody else, and they don't even know that they actually worship the same scriptures that they criticize. Pretty stupid. Pretty dumb. You guys, all of you, sit here in a silly manner and have no clue that you're following exactly Satan. Yeah. They're Satan. That's it. It's crazy, man. Verse 2, that walk down into Egypt, meaning bondage, meaning the wisdom of Egypt. You guys that want to vote for Democrats or Republicans, or that go to these churches, or that are married to somebody that believes in this Christianity concept, and everybody's going to be free, and laws are okay, and it's just the way life is, and Israelis don't mean no harm. Like I got sisters that believe that shit. Trust me. That walk to go down into Egypt and have not asked at my mouth to strengthen themselves in the strength of the Pharaoh and to trust in the shadow of Egypt. That's their religion. This is their culture. Shut up and believe it, like he said. Don't learn about your history. Who cares? You're a native who they found in a hut, and that's as good as it gets for you. Therefore shall the strength of the Pharaoh be your shame, and the trust in the shadow of Egypt your confusion, which is why I keep telling you, study to show thyself approved. Or vote for Trump. I mean, if you guys are still in this political world, I don't know why you're doing that. Now, I'm going to say this to you. I'm going to say this. If you think about this for a second, every single one of us has at least trusted in this system once or another, one or another. Okay. We all fell. We all fell for this, for the gimmick. Okay. It's okay. Let's get a little history why I called her what she is. Lady Liberty Jewish? It says. Okay. It says here. With the right, hold on a second. The Statue of Liberty in 1936. Oh, my bad. Because with her right arm raised heavenward, it's easy to imagine that the Statue of Liberty, built in 1886, stands in mid-harbor, vowing to remember Jerusalem. Lets her right hand wither. See that? In truth, Lady Liberty is not technically a Jew. Her father was a Freemason. What? Yes, her father was a Freemason. The sculptor Frederick Augusti Bartholdi, which I did everything I could, and I couldn't find no religious background on this guy, called her Libertas, after the Roman goddess of freedom. He wanted her to resemble the goddess Isis, the Egyptian queen of heaven. Ooh, it's getting good now. It's getting good now. So, do we have a queen of heaven here? Also, gentlemen, I believe we do have a queen of heaven here. Seems like we do have a queen of heaven here. So, I'm gonna get ahead a little bit, just so you guys can, I found this very funny because this is from a book called this is page 18, right? But this is from a book called you guys have seen this, Mystery Babylon, right? Mystery Babylon. Well, Babylon Mystery Religions. Man, stop. Ancient and modern. Look at that. What does that look like, huh? Anyways, let's continue. We go to page 18 real quick. Watch what it says here real quick. Let me just get to the point. It says here, in further indication that Mary, here I'm reading this part right here, okay? Hold on, let me see if I can highlight it. Hold on. Right here. Reading it right here, okay? From right here to right here. It says, a further indication that Mary worship developed out of the old world, okay? Hold on a second here. Out of the old world, out of the old worship of the mother goddess may be seen in the titles that are ascribed to her. Mary is often called, here, let me go ahead and do this. I'll stop from the top again. A further indication that Mary worship developed out of the old worship of the mother goddess may be seen in the titles that are ascribed to her. Mary is often called the Madonna. According to Islam, this expression is the translation of the titles by which the Babylonian goddess was known. In deified form, Nimrod, oh shoot, here we go again, came to be known as Baal. The title of his wife, the female divinity, would be the equivalent of Baalti. In English, this word means my lady. In Latin, mi domina. In Italian, it is corrupted into well known as Madonna. Among the Phoenicians, the mother goddess was known as the Lady of the Sea.
Bruh.
So that is really weird to me, my friend. That to me was like, whoa. What do we know about the Lady Liberty? She is on the sea. She is also the Queen of Heaven, right? So now we're going to see here. Watch this. It's all connecting, my family. It's all connecting, and we see why now the worship is mandatory. Oh, I can't find it. Yeah. Okay. Well, that would do then. Hold on. Oh, I know why. Okay, that's why. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can find it now. That's weird. Let me see if I can get it here. Go back here. Boom, boom. Mary, continue. The mother, Christianity. Here's the mother goddess, right? False worship of Babylon, a worship of a woman. In Ephesus, the great mother known as Diana, the temple dedicated to her in the city was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. In Egypt, the mother was known as Isis. It's what he said. Goddess Isis, Egyptian queen of heaven. I'm not lying. They're saying this. Now, this was a so-called Jew. Now, a lot of people talk about him, but he doesn't admit that he is. I find it interesting. But there's a lot of talk about this person, the Holy Mother, right? Tammuz, we understand. And if we go back to here, these sections here, you'll see how we have in this book. Where are you at? Here, I'll take you to this part here. The mother child, Tammuz, Semiramis, I'm sorry, Mary Church. She represents the Queen of Heaven, right? Okay. So now let's continue on this other part here. Watch this. What is the Jewish history of the U.S. Statue of Liberty? Time would change the Statue of Liberty meaning for the Jewish community of America as new immigrants arrived in greater numbers at the Harbor of Freedom. I find this interesting. An entire decade before Lady Liberty took her place on Bedloe Island in the New York Labor, the Jews of the United States erected their own Statue of Liberty. The process began in 1874 when the B'nai B'rith organization, okay, in the United States commissioned a monument to religious liberty with a location to be in Philadelphia. This city was selected because it was where the Declaration of Independence had been signed. Now, who are these people? The B'rith organization. Just kind of get to the real quick manner. This is who they are. Well, probably slow the process. Just go real quick here. It says here, Children of the Covenant is a 501c nonprofit Jewish service organization, and was formerly a German Jewish Cultural Association. B'nai B'rith states that it is committed to the security and continuity of the Jewish people in the state of Israel and combating anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry. Huh. Interesting, huh? Interesting who they are. I'm going to dabble into this a little bit more further. Check this out now. I'll show you a picture, because remember, this artist used a variety of arts to, put this statue together. The Statue of Liberty, a symbol of democracy and freedom that has greeted countless immigrants to U.S. shores, was inspired by a project representing an Arab woman guarding Suez Canal, researchers said. The recent findings are especially startling for some in the United States amid a heated debate over the arrival of the refugees from war-scarred Syria and other Muslim-majority countries. French sculptor Frédéric Auguste Bartholdi, who traveled to Egypt in 1855 and 1856, developed there a passion for large-scale public monuments and colossal sculptures. When the Egyptian government sought proposal in 1869 to build a lighthouse for the Suez Canal, Bartholdi designed a huge statue of a robed woman holding a torch, which he called Egypt Brights Light to Asia. We see that picture here. Wow. You tell me. So we're seeing that the meaning of this society, everything in this society has a meaning. There's nothing to be ignored when you look around. Nothing to be ignored. So we now know from, several scriptures you brothers have brought out, I appreciate it. And from what we're actually following up with this one, Habakkuk 2:6. And the Lord answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain upon a table, that he may run that readeth it. So I'm trying to make it plain for you guys to see the connection of how on a macro level, on a big scale, a very slower process, you've been conquered and told you were savages and slowly been moved out of your own God-given land. So that's why write the vision, make it plain upon the tables, that he may run that readeth it. So as soon as you read what I'm showing you, you should start understanding that it's time to get your ass into these particular matters that pertain to us. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, meaning rumors of wars, things are becoming available for us to see what's going on. But at the end, it shall speak, because it ain't going to give you time to figure it out by then and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry. So for you that thinking, I don't see things happening here, it's not really happening. Okay. All right. We'll see. Verse 6, shall not all these steps, all these take up a parable against him and a taunting proverb against him, and say, woe to him that increaseth that which is not his. Isn't that what you've been doing? Isn't that what they're doing over there? How long? And to him that ladeth himself with thick clay, shall they not rise up suddenly, that they shall bite thee? You think we don't get to this point now? We're at this point. Now you're saying you're going to deport a bunch of our gente. And now you're going to supposedly invade some people. And now you're invading other people and providing support for them to be invaded. And awake that shall vex thee, and thou shalt be for booties unto them. Like, you don't think they're going to strike back, bite you back? Because thou hast spoiled many nations. All the remnant of the people shall spoil thee. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. Because of men's blood, there's a lot of history that both of you, specifically you three nations, have ignored. Some say that we didn't go through slavery. Others don't even consider us people of the scriptures. And the other say is, it's, doctrine of discovery. It was a manifest destiny for us to conquer and kill you. Yeah, that's what you guys say. That's what you say, because that's what you believe in. Because thou hast spoiled many nations, and all the remnant of the people shall spoil thee, because of the men's blood, and for the violence of the land, of the city, and of all that dwell therein. Woe to him that covereth an evil covetousness with his house. You think this is not about covetousness, Mr. America? Or Mr. Israeli? It's all about power. That he may set his nest on high. That's all you guys want. We're the chosen people. Everybody better submit to me. That he may be delivered from the power of evil. Thou hast consulted shame to thy house by cutting off many people, and thou hast sinned against thy soul. Verse 15. Woe to him that giveth his labor to drink, that putteth thy whole bottle to him, that making him drunk also, that thou mayest look unto their nakedness. Meaning, if you are blind and you're saying, man, I don't give a shit what you say, bro. All that damn church shit, bro. Man, get out of here. All right. I found this video from one of
the statue.
And let's go ahead and learn about this real quick. Now we're going to get some video understanding of what I was just sharing. And then we're almost done. All right, let's go.
Of Lucifer. Recently, comedian Bobby Lee and his friends reacted to a video I made 2 years ago on his podcast. In the video, I talk about the possibility that the Statue of Liberty could be a statue that's paying an homage to Satan. In that 1-minute video, I barely scratched the surface concerning this topic, so I don't blame anyone who doesn't consider the idea a possibility.
There we go. This is what I'm talking about.
Let's hear
it.
It is actually a statue dedicated to Lucifer. The left is a painting made in the 17th century.
Wow.
Known as Satan summoning his legion.
I'm in.
Now, the devil's original name in the Bible was known as Lucifer, or in Hebrew, Hellel, which means the light bearer or the bringer of light.
Whoa, hold on. Amen.
It's holding a torch. It's bearing the light.
Amen.
Now, the Statue of Liberty looks awfully similar to the Colossus of Rhodes. Now, the Colossus of Rhodes was one of the ancient wonders of the world. It was a bronze Greek statue. It was about 108 feet tall.
Dude, looks like it's there it is right there. It's wearing a diaper.
It's holding a torch. This statue was dedicated to the Greek god Helios, the god of the sun, the god of the light. In fact, many Luciferians refer to the devil as the great light. And this painting of Satan summoning his legions looks awfully similar to the face of the Statue of Liberty. I mean, take a look. Looks pretty similar to me.
Amen.
Since I have made that video, I have found a lot of detailed information about the Statue of Liberty possibly being an idol to the accuser.
Ready to buy a home? Get pre-qualified with Wells.
The Statue of Liberty is an American landmark visited by approximately 3.5 million people every year, and is recognized internationally as a symbol of American ideals. According to the apparent historical narrative we have been given concerning the Statue of Liberty, it is a universal symbol of freedom, originally conceived as an emblem of the friendship between the people of France and the US, and a sign of their mutual desire for liberty. It was also meant to celebrate the abolition of slavery following the US Civil War. Over the years, the statue has become much more. It is the mother of exiles, greeting millions of immigrants and embodying hope and opportunity for those seeking a better life in America. It stirs the desire for freedom in people all over the world. It represents the United States itself. We have been given a bunch of narratives concerning who the Statue of Liberty is actually modeled after. The history books tell us that the original model may have been an Egyptian woman. Many historians say that the Statue of Liberty was modeled after Libertas, the Roman goddess of freedom. We have also been told that the sculptor Frederick August Bartholdi was first inspired by the colossal figures guarding Nubian tombs. Some historians even believe that it's an amalgamation of all of these, the Roman goddess Libertas, a peasant, and the extra inspiration in the artist's own mind. So who was the sculptor that designed the Statue of Liberty, and what was the actual purpose behind the statue? The sculptor behind the Statue of Liberty was a high-ranking Freemason named Frederick August Bartholdi, who was born in 1834 in Colmar, France.
Hey, by the way, I'm going to play the videos and then I'm going to cut it off, all right? So just letting y'all know ahead of time. But I'm going to be reading and then, you'll know when I'm done when I play the music. This is the same book, chapter 1. It reads, "The mystery religion of Babylon has been symbolically described as the last book of the Bible as a woman arrayed in purple and scarlet color and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abomination and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and the abomination of the earth." When the Bible uses symbolic language, a woman, in this case, it's a nation. It's not a church, dummies. Let's continue.
In the Alsace region on the border of Germany, according to ScottishRite.org, the Statue of Liberty has Masonic origins and ties to Freemasonry. In fact, the Colossus in New York's harbor was conceived, financed, built, and installed by Freemasons. Nearly 100 years after the end of the American Revolution in 1865, nearly 100 years after the end of the American Revolution in 1865, French political thinker and Freemason Edward de la Boulaye, who belonged to a Masonic lodge in Paris, proposed to France that the country gift a monument to the United States in commemoration of their diplomatic relations, and to celebrate a century of freedom and democracy. Additionally, Freemason La Boulaye and his comrades, which included the likes of Oscar and Edmond de Lafayette, grandsons of Marquis de Lafayette, Henry Martin, and a sculptor and Freemason, Frederick August Bartholdi, had hoped that the gift would inspire their own French citizens to pursue democracy in France. The structural framework was provided by fellow Freemason and French civil engineer Gustave Eiffel, who would later become famous for designing the Eiffel Tower. Copper was chosen as the material of choice by Freemason Bartholdi, as it was among the least expensive material to construct with. The statue was then built by Freemason laborers of the Franco-American Union and was completed in 1885. The Statue of Liberty was then dismantled into 350 pieces and shipped overseas, arriving.
Remember, we know that this particular individual, what did she do? Well, what was she called? Mary, often called Queen of Heaven. We also read that she was considered the Queen of Heaven, Queen of Isis. Let's continue.
At Bedloe's Island, soon after renamed to Liberty Island in June 1885. When Lady Liberty arrived in the United States, it was welcomed by American Freemasons.
Here it goes right here. Queen of Heaven, mother, children of gathered wood and set fire. Queen of Heaven, one of the titles which Isis was the mother of God. Okay, so we're seeing a representation somehow, some way, all relative to my topics. For some reason, they're connecting, and I keep seeing Astarte, the Phoenicians, Khazars, Egypt, Edom. Let's go.
There was debate about what should be included in the cornerstone. The first stone set that all other stones will be set in reference to of the foundation of the monument. It had been an American tradition to have the cornerstone of major public and private buildings and monuments ceremoniously placed with symbolic meaning ever since Freemason George Washington in 1793 had personally laid the cornerstone of the Capitol with the assistance of the Grand Lodge of Maryland. As such, Chairman William M. Evarts of the American Committee contracted the Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons of the state of New York and requested a Masonic ceremony appropriate to the occasion. When the cornerstone of the Statue of Liberty was laid, elements of a traditional Masonic ceremony were observed. A Grand Master provided a few words, and the cornerstone was found to be square, level, and plumb. The Grand Master applied the mortar and had the stone lowered into place. He then struck the stone 3 times and declared it duly laid. Then the elements of consecration were presented: corn, wine, and oil. There's a possibility that the Statue of Liberty is modeled after one of the ancient wonders of the world, the Colossus of Rhodes. The Colossus of Rhodes was a statue of the Greek sun god Helios, erected in the city of Rhodes on the Greek island of the same name. Helios is often depicted with the crown of solar rays above their heads. To be exact, there are 7 almost always. Another is also visible in the form of a bronze bust, always with the 7 rays from the top of their head. According to most contemporary descriptions, the Colossus stood approximately 70 cubits or 33 meters high, which would equal to 108 feet high, approximately the height of the modern Statue of Liberty from feet to crown, making it the tallest statue in the ancient world. The Colossus of Rhodes collapsed during a destructive earthquake in 226 BC. Besides the obvious similarities between Helios and the Statue of Liberty, such as both entities described as light bearers and bearing 7 solar crowns above their heads, evidence for the Colossus of Rhodes being the possible inspiration behind the Statue of Liberty is found on a plaque located on the pedestal of the statue, with an inscription that reads, "The New Colossus." There is also a lot of evidence to suggest that another ancient sun god named Mithra is the real inspiration behind the Statue of Liberty. Mithra is an ancient Persian deity of covenants, light, oath, justice, the sun, contracts, and friendship. In addition to being the divinity of contracts, Mithra is also seen as a judicial figure, an all-seeing protector of truth, and the guardian of cattle, the harvest, and the waters. Mithra was famously recognized as being the god of light, whose cult spread from India in the east to as far west as Spain, Great Britain, and Germany. The first written mention of the Vedic Mithra dates to 1400 BC. His worship spread to Persia, and after the defeat of the Persians by Alexander the Great throughout the Hellenic world in the 3rd and 4th centuries AD, the cult of Mithra carried and supported by the soldiers of the Roman Empire.
Think about your hat.
Heavy stuff that you keep seeing right there. Remember the Queen of Heaven. We keep seeing the Queen of Heaven, some relationships of these, I don't know, man, these pagans, bro. It's just funny that you know, it's funny. I don't dig on purpose. I just kind of go and start reading, and next thing you know, man, I'm finding all sorts of things like, wait a minute. And it connects to, it's like really like almost in the same house, but just a different room. Something like somebody's talking about it on a different room. And I'm like, wow, bro. It's relating to my topic. Yeah, that's a trip, huh? Yep. It's amazing, though. And you know what? It's just a matter of time before people start to realize what matrix they're living in, so to speak. Video number 2. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Same dude. Interesting videos he's doing.
All right, guys. We are
kind of older, I guess. You guys can join him. I don't know who he is. Satan's Little Season, Alpha Talks or something like that. I think he did it like a year ago. Let's go.
We're back with another episode, and today we are going to talk about Satan's Little Season. We're going to focus on a specific verse today, and let's get right into it. So we're going to continue the topic of the millennial kingdom and the possibility that it maybe happened in our past, and that we are actually a lot further in the Bible than what we've been told. And if you're unfamiliar with the millennial kingdom, what it is, I did make a video on it months ago, and I'll post the links in my bio. I already talked about scriptural evidence for the millennial kingdom happening. I made a video on actual evidence for Armageddon happening, and today I want to talk about Satan's little season. And before I do, I usually mention this in all my videos concerning the millennial kingdom. I want to tell you guys about the timeline. I believe many believers are unaware of what the timeline actually is in scripture concerning the millennial kingdom from beginning to end, what happens. So this is the timeline right here, and you can look up the verses and chapters to read for yourself, and I advise you to read it for yourself, research for yourself, and like the Bible says, study to show yourself approved. You know, don't believe anybody blindly, including me. So do your job as a believer and study to show yourself approved. And of course, pray about this. That's the first thing you should do before you look at anything. But be open to have your reality shattered, because sometimes the truth is going to upset you, it's going to shatter your reality. It might not make you very happy, but the truth will set you free in the end, like Jesus said. Anyway, let's continue. So this is the timeline, basically right here. During the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus is talking to his disciples, and his disciples are asking him, what sign should we look for your return, after he gets resurrected? And Jesus tells them all the signs. He said there's going to be war, there's going to be famine, there's going to be all these crazy events, there's going to be Armageddon, and then I'm returning. He basically said there's going to be all this destruction, and then I return. After Jesus returns, there's a battle with Satan and the kings of the earth, and there's a verse in Revelation 20, I believe, and it says that an angel from heaven comes down with a chain and locks up the devil in the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. And this 1,000 years happens to be at the exact same time as the millennial kingdom is happening, meaning Christ and the saints rule the earth for 1,000 years. And then after the 1,000 years are expired, Revelation says that Satan will be loosed for his little season to deceive the earth once more, to prepare the earth for the battle of Gog and Magog, whatever that could be, and then the final white throne judgment, and then a new heaven and a new earth. And this is the verse I want to focus on today. Revelations 20 verse 1. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon. And we're going to talk about this today and the possible evidence for it. Now, I've been studying the millennial kingdom for months now. Like, I've been kind of obsessed with this topic, and I realized something very interesting. When I look back on all the videos I made, I realized it's all pointing, I believe most of I want to talk about on TikTok a long time ago. In fact, it went kind of viral, and I titled it basically, is the Statue of Liberty the statue of Lucifer? And I basically presented the idea or theory that what if the Statue of Liberty is actually a statue dedicated to Satan or Lucifer? If the millennial kingdom happened and Satan is let loose, my question is, would there be some kind of homage paid to Lucifer? Maybe a statue made in his honor to celebrate his release from prison? And I just had an epiphany in my room today. I was sitting and talking to my friend on Snapchat, and I realized, what if that's a possibility, that the Statue of Liberty really is a statue dedicated to the devil? And how likely is that? So let's talk about a little bit about the history of the Statue of Liberty. So it says that the statue was dedicated on October 28th, 1886.
Let me read this real quick. All right, this is from Two Babylons. On page 5, it talks about here it goes, right here, that the Chaldean mysteries can be traced up to the days of Semiramis, who lived only a few centuries after the flood, and who is known to have impressed upon them the image of her own depraved and polluted minds, como la Virgen María, pendejos. That beautiful but abandoned queen of Babylon, queen of heaven, was not only herself a paragon of unbridled lust and licentiousness, but in the mysteries which she had a chief hand forming, she was worshipped as Rhea, the great mother of gods, which such atrocities rites as defined by her, which Venus, the mother of all impurity, and raised the very city where she had gained a bad eminence among the nations, as the grand seat at once idolatry and consecrated prostitution. Damn. Was this Chaldean queen a fit and remarkable prototype of the woman in the apocalypse, with the golden cup in her hand or torch, and the name on her forehead, Mystery Babylon, the great mother of harlots and abominations of the earth? You got to find this very, very interesting, family, because look at this here. Say you don't say. Say you don't say. What is this? I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. If you look at the meaning of the importance of pushing woman or feminism, now you have our children being told that it is a-okay to listen to this.
Here, it's called It's Perfectly Normal. I'll read some of this for you. It says, after a bit, a person's becomes moist and slippery, and the clitoris becomes hard. After a bit, a person's becomes erect, stiff, and larger. Sometimes a bit of clear fluid that may contain a few sperm comes out of the tip of the and makes it wet.
Can we
Sir, I'm sorry. Was it something I said? If you don't want to hear it in a school board meeting, why should children be able to check it out of the school system? But you don't want me to read it. Why? Does it bother you? Yes or no? You can't answer that question. You want to know why? Because politically speaking, you can't say that it's wrong. And you don't want me to read the filth because it exposes the truth. How dare you tell me to stop reading it? If you don't want to hear it, why should the children have to see it?
Pastor, your time is up. Thank you.
That makes two of us. Thank you.
Sexualization, mystery iniquity, mystery Babylon. Let's continue.
The sculptor is Frederick Augusti Bartholdi, and its metal framework was built by Gustav Eiffel. And apparently the Colossus of Rhodes, which was one of the ancient wonders of the ancient world, was actually one of the inspirations for the Statue of Liberty. The Colossus of Rhodes is the main source of inspiration for the Statue of Liberty. The Colossus of Rhodes was a statue of the 3rd century BC, destroyed nowadays. It is invariably represented as an almost naked man wearing a crown of sunlight and brandishing a torch, so basically very similar to the Statue of Liberty. Let's talk about the meaning of the Statue of Liberty. Apparently, the statue is a symbol of freedom and justice. The Statue of Liberty is one of the most recognizable statues in the United States. It is often seen as a symbol of freedom and justice, core principles in the United States Declaration of Independence from the British Empire in 1776. So the Statue of Liberty is holding a torch that represents enlightenment, which is in keeping the statue's official title, Liberty Enlightening the World, which is very interesting because many Luciferians refer to the devil as the enlightened one, the one who enlightens the world. So it's interesting that they give the statue that title. And then it holds crowns. There are 25 windows which are said to represent the gemstones of the earth on top of the crown. There are 7 spikes which many believe to represent either the 7 oceans or the 7 continents. And then the Statue of Liberty is holding a tablet. The tablet she is holding in her left hand is inscribed with the date of the American Apparent Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776, written in Roman numerals. And then it has a robe. The Statue of Liberty wears a free-flowing robe or stola, which powerfully refers to the Roman influence of the goddess Libertas, which was worshipped by freed slaves. And the feet, the Statue of Liberty is wearing sandals with broken chains around her ankle, which represents breaking free from tyranny and servitude.
Also mentions the light. This is on page 97 of the same book. The candles in some part of England, it says lighted in Christmas Eve and used so long as the festive seasons last, were equally lighted by the pagans on the eve of the festivals of the Babylonian god to do honor to him, for it was one of the distinguishing peculiarities of his worship to have lighted wax candles on his altars. The light bearer. The Christmas tree. You see them all over the place, especially this month. Now so common among us, was equally common in pagan Rome and pagan Egypt. In Egypt, that tree was the palm tree. In Rome, it was the fir, the palm tree denoting the pagan Messiah as Baal Tamar, the fir referring to him as Baal Bereth. The mother Adonis, the sun god, and great mediatorial divinity, meaning the in-between, the mediator. She was a mediator now, right? Was mystically said to have been changed in a tree, and when it had in that state, to have brought forth her divine son. If the mother was a tree, the son must have been recognized as the man of the branch. So we know now that this has to do with a lot of what? The seed of the woman, born of fire. He has to enter the fire on Mother Night, that he may be born the next day out of it, the branch of God. Fire, God, the woman, mother goddess, the seed, Baal. You see this sign that they have, like Donald Trump. They say don't thread something, don't thread or something. They have a snake wrapped in something like this. Those far right mofos, yeah. You know that there's some connection with them. So now, therefore, on December 25th, the day was observed as Rome, when victorious God repeated the earth, was held in Natalis Invictus Solis, the birthday of the conquered sun. So we're in these times, in these days, in this month. That's why I wanted to do this class, because I thought, man, it really connects now. I know why your paganism is all over us. No matter where you go, family. Thus, the very custom of Christmas still existent can cast surprising light at once on the revelation of grace made to all the earth, and the efforts made by Satan and his emissaries to materialize, colonize, and degrade them. Y'all degradable.
So yeah, that's the basic history about the Statue of Liberty and the meaning behind it. So what do we learn? The Statue of Liberty represents enlightenment and freedom. Going back to Satan's little season, let's just say he was loosed. I assume there would be some kind of homage paid to Lucifer as a celebration of his release from prison, right? Of his release from the bottomless pit that he's been in for 1,000 years. And what if the Statue of Liberty is the statue celebrating his release from the bottomless pit? And I'll tell you some of the reasons on why I think it's quite the possibility. The first reasons is the people who designed the Statue of Liberty and gave it to America apparently are Freemasons and high-ranking Freemasons. In fact, the Freemasons call themselves the Enlightened Ones, the follower of the Enlightened One. And the Bible refers to the devil. It says not to marvel at him because he is like an angel of light, deceiving people with his false light. So they refer to the devil as the Enlightened One, which is interesting. They refer to Lucifer as the Enlightened One, right? The light bearer, because I believe that's what the word Lucifer means, the bearer of light. And the Statue of Liberty is holding a torch and it's bearing the light.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube. Watch every out-of-market Sunday afternoon NFL game live.
And what's really interesting, there's an inscription on the cornerstone at the Statue of Liberty. And here's what it says. At this site on August 5th, 1884, the cornerstone of the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty, enlightening the world, was laid with the ceremony of William A. Brody, Grand Master of the Masons in the state of New York Grand Lodge members. And that's basically what's said on this little plaque that's near the Statue of Liberty on the cornerstone. So it's very interesting. The designers were Freemasons, and they refer to the Statue of Liberty as enlightening the world, bearing a torch, bearing the light, leading the world. Another interesting thing to mention is the Statue of Liberty is obviously in New York, and New York is the home or the headquarters of the
Check it out, sis. Check that's what this says. The knowledge to which this is from the same book, page I don't know what, page 71, I think. Page 111, I'm sorry. So it's talking about Easter, right? But check this out. Right here. The knowledge to which the votaries of the Idanian goddess were admitted was precisely of the same kind as that which Eve derived from the eating of the forbidden fruit. The practical knowledge of all that was morally evil and base. Yet to Astarte, in this character, men were taught to look at their grand benefactress as gaining for them knowledge and blessing connected with that knowledge, which otherwise they might in vain have sought from him who is the Father of lights, from whom cometh down every good and perfect gift. Gift. Man, if this isn't the devil, I don't know who it is.
United Nations, aka the kings of the earth. That's another interesting connection to make. Now, another reason I believe there's a possibility that the Statue of Liberty is dedicated to Lucifer or Satan is one of the inspiration, like I said, was the Colossus of Rhodes, and this statue was dedicated to the pagan god Helios. And I believe a lot of these old school pagan gods like Helios, Apollo, Zeus, I think these are all the devil, which is different names. And the inspiration for the Statue of Liberty is the Colossus of Rhodes. In fact, the Statue of Liberty is referred to as the new Colossus. Another very interesting reason I believe that there's a possibility that it's the devil. There's a painting that was made in there's a painting that was made in 1796 or 1797 by Sir Thomas Lawrence, and it's called Satan Summoning His Legions. So it's a painting dedicated to Satan. And when you look at the painting itself and you look at the face, there's an eerie similarity to that of the Statue of Liberty. It looks almost identical, which I find very interesting. And here's a very interesting picture of Marina Abramovic, a well-known Serbian witch who was friends with a lot.
Oh, you better take a snapshot of that one right there. Wow, man, you cannot get crazier than that right there, family. Look at that right there. You guys know who that lady is? She was part of that whole Pizzagate shit. Supposedly, here, I'll show you. The Pizzagate conspiracy eating babies, right? Pizzagate, I think Pizzagate. Pizza eating babies, right? Harvesting babies for blood, or I don't know, something to this effect. It was like a conspiracy. Supposedly they're eating babies or some stuff like that. I forget her name. What's her name again?
On celebrities and
Maria Abramovich or something.
And here's a very interesting picture of Marina Abramovic, a well-known Serbian witch who was
Abramovic. Let's see. Okay, let's see this real quick.
Hillary's evil, and I know, I think she's a warmonger. I don't expect the world to change with Hillary Clinton.
Do you know what lard is actually made of? This food saved America during the Great Depression.
Tegan and Legend were involved in a bizarre Twitter battle over the holiday weekend. The celebrity couple even threatening to
Conspiracy theory that a Washington conspiracy theory around Pizzagate. Trump. It's centered around Pizzagate, the debacle.
That right there. You see that lady right there? The DC Pizzagate unfolds, pedophile scandal brewing. So apparently she like does rituals and gives them blood or some crap like that. Something to that effect. Let's see.
Internet conspiracy theory that a Washington, D.C. pizza restaurant was involved in a child sex ring tied to Democrats. In a tweet that has since been deleted, Krogan posted photos of Tegan's 1-year-old Luna, writing, Chrissy Teigen
Doesn't want to play it. But look, let me show you this. You guys, I noticed your comment. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Don't threat on me, huh? You damn wicked demons. Y'all are demons. Don't threat on me. It's crazy, bro. Let's continue.
Friends with a lot of celebrities. And Sir Jacob Rothschild standing next to the painting of Satan summoning his legion. So again, the similarity of the faces are uncanny. Now here's the final point that I want to make. Let's go back to Revelations. It says that after the battle of Armageddon is over, an angel comes down. And it says in Revelations 20, and I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent. All right, guys, we are back with another episode, and today we are going to talk about Satan.
I don't know if they're starting to mess with this or not, or what the hell this is. Come on, man, hurry up. I don't even have a lot of other
the
things
Colossus
on.
of Rhodes. In fact,
Go.
sexual liberty is referred to as the new Colossus. Another very interesting reason I believe that there's a possibility that it's the devil. There is a painting that was made in There's a painting that was made in 1796 or 1797 by Sir Thomas Lawrence, and it's called Satan Summoning His Legions. So it's a painting dedicated to Satan. And when you look at the painting itself and you look at the face, there's an eerie similarity to that of the Statue of Liberty. It looks almost identical, which I find very interesting. And here's a very interesting picture of Marina Abramovic, a well-known Serbian witch who is friends with a lot of celebrities, and Sir Jacob Rothschild standing next to the painting of Satan summoning his legion. So again, the similarity of the faces are uncanny. Now here's the final point that I want to make. Let's go back to Revelations. It says that after the battle of Armageddon is over, an angel comes down. And it says in Revelations 20, and I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit. And
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. So let's finish up with let's finish and read this real quick, and we'll be done. From page 103, it says that name, as found by Layard in the Assyrian monument, is Ishtar. The worship of Baal and Astarte was very early introduced into Britain, along with the Druids, the priests of the groves. Some have imagined that the Druidical worship was first introduced by the Phoenicians, who, centuries before the Christians era, traded to the tin mines of Cornwall. Now we know that the Phoenicians were in Tarshish looking for tin. And who was in Tarshish ruling? It's just getting good. It's getting good. Anyhow, let's finish it up with this real quick, family. See,
The
look,
Biden administration is close.
pay attention to what he says. These guys are complaining to Mexico, but then he almost says, okay, check this out. Why don't you remove sanctions from there first? Y'all brothers and sisters, I want you to stay strong in the Lord, man. You know, continue to fight. And face those tests that you all are facing, man. Really start examining yourselves, because that's really where the work is. The truth is there. That's where you get the answer. Humble and examine yourself. Matthew 24:3. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? And he answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, meaning they're the anointed, and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, that ye see that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nations shall rise against nations, kingdoms against kingdom, and there shall be a famine and pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places. And all these are the beginning of sorrow. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted. So this is the beginning, just the beginning, family, just the beginning. I'm going to show you something real wicked. How they celebrate Christmas somewhere else, so you can understand and see that this is not something to play with. Please
Ready to
tell
buy
your family. Please tell your family, your brothers and sisters, stop doing this. This is the origin. This is what they use. This is their what do you call it? Is this it? I don't think this is it. I grabbed two. Oh no, this is not it. I'll show you guys the other one next time. All right. Let's watch this real quick. It's kind of long, but I'm going to play it fast. And I'll do some 5 minutes, and then we're out. Let's go. Shalom. All right, man. You guys take care.
Most Americans today are unaware that Christmas was banned by American colonies and in parts of Europe for several decades during the 1600s by Christians themselves. In fact, all Christmas activities, including dancing, seasonal plays, games, singing carols, cheerful celebration, and especially drinking, were banned by the Puritan-dominated Parliament of England in 1644. With the Puritans of New England following suit.
Wait, what are you guys saying? The YouTube deletes the comments. What are you talking about? Because look, there's what I have. Here's what I see here. Like I don't know what the hell. There was comments here like not too long ago. Oh my God, no, don't tell me they just moved them, bro. That's crazy. They just do that? Did they just move the fucking comments from me? Or they don't allow y'all to see it? What's going on? Okay. Nah, there's a comment right there. I don't know what comments you guys are talking about. They're removing, but I can't see them. Anyways, either way, man, hit the links, man, and share, bro. Because if they're doing that, then even more power for us to do it. Let's go.
Christmas was totally outlawed in Boston, and the Plymouth colony made celebrating Christmas a criminal offense. Not only that, but in 1640, Scottish Parliament also passed a law that made celebrating the day illegal and punishable by imprisonment.
Whilst it's hard to believe in these times that a fairly innocuous celebration such as Christmas can be banned, in 1640 a law was passed through Scottish Parliament which made celebrating the day illegal and punishable by imprisonment. Not even mincemeat pies or Yule bread were allowed. The law was overturned in 1712, but the Church's opinion on the matter didn't really change much. That is, until 1958, when
Christmas tradition began as a means of honoring the sex and fertility god Yule with a celebration during the month of December, when a large, single log, considered to be a phallic idol, was lit on fire and kept burning for 12 days, as animal or alleged human sacrifices were offered.
Phallic idol meaning a penis worshiper.
In the fire on each of those days. Wild, delirious reveling accompanied the daily sacrifices. According to the saga of King Hakon Haraldsson of Norway, who ruled in the 10th century, the Norse Yule celebration and Christian Christmas celebration were merged during his reign. Hakon became Christian after a visit to England, and after his return to Norway, he put into law that Yule should be celebrated at the same time as Christmas. Everyone was required to have ale from a measure of grain and keep the holiday while the ale lasted, or else be subject to a fine. From this point, Christmas continued to overtake Yule, although some vestiges of the original celebration remain, such as the Yule goat, an animal that pulled Thor's chariot and is now considered by many century. The Norse Yule celebration and Christian Christmas celebration were merged during his reign. Hakon became Christian after a visit to England, and after his return to Norway, he put into law that Yule should be celebrated at the same time as Christmas. Everyone was required to have ale from a measure of grain and keep the holiday while the ale lasted, or else be subject to a fine. From this point, Christmas continued to overtake Yule, although some vestiges of the original celebration remain, such as the Yule goat, an animal that pulled Thor's chariot and is now considered by many to be a companion or counterpart to.
Wait, so unless I actually post them on the screen, you guys can't see them? All right, so let's see. So you guys can't see any of these? Wait, in your school system they got what? Lucas saying hell butthead? Wow, bro. So you're telling me they're taking these off, huh? Dude, yeah, I know, huh? They have one at us, and like 7 at them, or even 2 at us, and then 8 at them. So I'm surprised they're not letting you guys put these on, man. Okay, I'll show the ones that like kind of have something to say. Okay, so I see the snake tree. Ellie's sister, you got that right. I've been telling these silly ass Christians about that. Torch went out. Wherefore I tell you, not worry about your life, whatever you. Okay, that wasn't taken up, I don't think. I don't know what you guys mean, man. I mean, I don't see it. Anyways, but let's continue. We're almost done.
Santa Claus. In towns and cities throughout Sweden during the Christmas season, large goats are constructed out of straw. The pagan calendar identifies this period as the winter solstice, after which sunlight begins to increase again, making a passage of time, which was represented by the astrological sign of Capricorn, the goat, which can still be seen in Scandinavia and Northern Europe during winter festivities, which was also referred to in Old English as Jol. The slaughter of cattle was an important part of the observance, either to gods or other supernatural beings, so meat, therefore, was plentiful for midwinter feasts, or to leave out as offerings. Capricorn the goat is also associated with Saturn, which was considered the nocturnal or black sun in a number of ancient Mesopotamian texts. And in ancient Greece, Saturn, or Chronos as he was called, was associated with time, agriculture at the end of the harvest season, and death. Which brings us to Krampus, the half-man, half-goat counterpart to St. Nicholas, that has been associated with winter folklore in parts of Europe, stemming from pre-Christian Alpine traditions. The etymology is thought to come from the Bavarian Kram, meaning dead or rotten, and its role has become to punish bad children or scare them into being good, often by threatening to carry them off in a sack to eat them. While Krampus may have been assimilated into the Christian devil, the symbolism speaks to a connection to the goat of Saturn, who is Kronos in Greek mythology and ate his children upon birth, representing the passage of time. Santa, representing Saturn, is the ruler of Capricorn, so he's associated with the zodiac sign of the goat. Christianity embraced the myth, which stems from the pagan midwinter celebrations such as Saturnalia, setting the birthday of Jesus to match the dozens of other saviors also said to have been born on that day. In an astrotheological context, Jesus is associated with the sun, which is born in winter, and the Saturn goat archetype represents the dark force, seeking him out to destroy him, because he knows the sun will grow into a savior and vanquish him in the spring.
All right, fam. So I'll see you guys till next, I don't know, next week, I guess. Hopefully y'all do well, man. All right. Hang in there, man. And, rest well. And I don't know what to tell you, man. It's been a heavy week today. This whole week, man. I hope you guys stay strong. All right, family. Got my love for you, man. You guys stay strong. And one thing.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
All right, bro. Shalom, man.
Yeah. Oye, es nada más y nada menos que el motherfucker Blasio de Plaza de Kings. Estos bebés son Big Papo, dude. No sean rebeldes, deje el rebel. Yo no me quede, yo me hospede junto a Belzebú. No me remete, plebe, no soy leve como tú. Si hay algo que no muere, eso es el hip hop Perú. Y petón, perico, te traje una chica perica. Atrás te voy a mostrar como dos monstruos rap trafican. No trate ni trepe, solo trote, señorita. Treque, donde la sangre salpica. Se aplica, te explica, replica. ¿Pa' qué? Aplica, practica, suplica. Con fe a mi perro grita, yo lo mataré. Tu madre llora y canta la bandeja, flow peregrina, chivolo propina, ina, hacen base, mejor coja vaselina, no imagina, mi vida fuera de una esquina, yo solo quiero más chavo pa' comprar más chilindrina, gira, que somos puros animales rompiendo de todos los cristales, repete señales que a ti no te sale, ¿qué pasa compadre? Somos naturales, voy a llenar todas las editoriales, rate de mi huevo pa' los tribunales, tú eres un antianal, yo experto en artesanales, yeah, se me afaga la cimuita, soplú. problemas de actitud y poca paciencia. Hablo si me da la gana, nadie me silencia. No quieren aceptar que pa' muchos soy influencia. La voz de los barrios que llega a tocar tu conciencia. Yo sé que muchos quieren llegar a ser tendencia y hacen lo que sea sin pensar en las consecuencias. Es la diferencia, yo mantengo mi esencia y ustedes por pegar han cambiado hasta de apariencia. Y no es que lo diga yo, pero la gran evidencia es que cambian de personalidad con frecuencia. Y no son locos con inteligencia, solo quieren un poco de atención con insistencia. No presumo en nada, hago todo a mi conveniencia. Por eso te doy una sugerencia: conmigo no busquen competencia, que llevo 10 años ganándole a la vida y lo sabe la audiencia. La firme que ocurrencia, ¿cómo pueden joder sin prudencia? No se dan cuenta que mi experiencia es a base de exigencia. Mi trabajo es con independencia y el de otros de un productor depende de su permanencia. Sigo firme en la resistencia, dándole más rap en el track hasta por correspondencia. Que muchos disques evolucionaron, no es coincidencia. El dinero y la fama hizo que pierdan su decencia. Terco 92, cuando quieras, donde quieras.
¿Cómo? Sí. He aprendido a sobrevivir de las maldades, comprendiendo que nada es como tú sabes. Va a decir verdad, la lucho a diario. No me critiques, no me justifico, siempre hago lo que predico. Soy de barrio y rico en talento. De una me sacan por mi forma de ser y mi acento en ella ahoga a mi gente. La está rompiendo por ser parte de este movimiento. Quiero saludar a las personas que nunca confiaron en mí, que hoy por hoy se paltean cuando me ven venir. Bye bye motherfuckers en estas líneas. Bye bye a fluir. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Yo. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Hey, 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 oh, yeah, oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 es la torita aquí en la casa, primo.
YouTube is the new home of NFL